Good afternoon. We all want to welcome you to the final meeting of InEDU project. I'm Cinzia Spogli. I'm a teacher of IT at Aldo Capitini, but I'm also speaking on behalf of my headmaster, saying that this project has been an actual opportunity for us, teachers of public schools, to work with other subjects as training company, and for this we have to thank Silvia Liuti and Formazione for having us involved in this ambitious project. We also say that we started InEDU really aware how challenging was for us to bring media information literacy in the usual school curriculum. And during the project time, due to pandemic situation, it became even more challenging, but in the end, it had been a really good opportunity to build up the civic hackathon Hack for Inclusion online, because we reconnected with colleagues from other regions. We were able to follow the hackathons of InEDU partners, and we discovered deep interest and participation in all planned activities. During the project time in 2020, the Italian Ministry of Education enacted the guideline of civic education, and civic education became a new subject with its own grade, where one of the main points is digital education. So we can easily assume that by InEDU we have really matched one of the most important and actual needs of our students' education. And I think this is one of the most central targets of the Erasmus projects in schools, to fill needs and to enhance competencies in order to become better citizens. Now we are at the end of the project. This is the closure meeting, and with this in mind, namely be better citizens, we want to offer you, and please, if one of you leaves early before the end, don't forget it, a symbolical gift which has several meanings. It will represent our region, Umbria, which is one of the best range for this production, but it also is the universal symbol of peace. And last, we want you to keep in mind that it takes time to have the results, but so we offer you a small olive tree and a little olive oil bottle, to see that. But in the end, after work and care, we'll have a very good, healthy achievement. And that is our, of InEDU partners and participants, good wish to see, or better, to be, to lead, the changement to contrast the hate culture. Thank you. So, now, let me introduce you Laura Bononcini, Public Policy Director for Facebook Southern Europe. Okay, so thank you, welcome.
Thank you very much. Hi, good afternoon, everyone. I'm really very pleased to be here. I'm actually very sad not to be able to be there in person with you, and I hope my internet connection will be nice and will hold for the 15-20 minutes that I will be talking, but also will allow me to respond to any questions you may have about what I am about to say. So thank you, first of all, for having me. I have been working for Facebook now for 7.5 years. When I joined the company in 2014, we were 6,000 employees, and we hadn't yet reached the threshold of 2 billion users of our platform. Today, we are 50,000 employees, and we almost have 3 billion users all over the world. And also, we're not only Facebook, but we're also Instagram, WhatsApp, Oculus. We're now talking about wearable technologies, VR, AR. This is a world that is changing so quickly and evolving so quickly. I think it's really the technological revolution that has exploded in the fastest possible way. If I think I had my first smartphone a little more than 10 years ago when I joined Google, where I was working before Facebook. And of course, my smartphone at the time was not able to do 1/3 of the things that I am able to do now with my smartphone, who is already a little bit old. So all this to say that these technologies are giving us enormous opportunities. And I'm sure you've been discussing these in the last few days and in the month of this project, but also, of course, are creating a series of risks, most of which the platforms that create these tools, but also the people who use them, would have never imagined, just because these technologies are evolving so much. And so what can we do about these risks, and how do we address it? Of course, it is very important that a platform such as Facebook, I was talking about before, about the fact that we have so many users all over the world, we clearly have a responsibility to make sure to find ways to create tools that allow to keep our users safe. But I believe we all agree, and this is what you've been discussing and we will be discussing further today, we all agree that just the tools are not enough. We need to have enough information to understand what kind of risks they are. We need the tools to face these risks. We need to be able to identify these risks, and we need to be able to know whether the contents that we're about to post on Facebook, for example, are potentially representing a risk for somebody else, or are illegal, or are violating. We need to always remember that what is happening on Facebook and on other social networks is something that is related to real life. It's not at all virtual, it's very real. All these things, of course, if they are put together with actual tools to defend yourself, that it is the responsibility of a company such as the one that I represent to develop, then this is the only way that we will be able to protect ourselves and to continue to take the most of the great opportunities that are created by the internet and by digital platforms such as the one that I represent. So I wanted to talk to you very quickly about how we approach safety for our users, be they young users or older users of whatever age, like how we try to create tools and to have an approach that keeps our users safe, but also how we try to make sure that digital literacy is actually at the core of our activity, and how we actually address this topic of digital literacy, which you have been discussing and for which you have very important and interesting guidelines. So as a platform, of course, the first thing that we have developed to protect our users is policies. So you probably have heard about the community standards that Facebook has developed that are also used for Instagram, for example. And these are simply the rules of what you can and cannot post on Facebook and on Instagram. Those are rules that are exactly the same and applied exactly in the same way for all our 2.6 or 7 now they are billion users all over the world. So you're going to be subject to these rules exactly in the same way if you're an American, if you're an Italian, if you're a Japanese. So those are the rules that are the same for everyone. Of course, they're constantly evolving because, as I was saying before, we constantly discover new ways in which our users use our platform, and we have to be ready to tackle them. And of course, the logic behind these rules, and I think this is a very important aspect, is to find the right balance between the necessity to allow everybody to share their thoughts, to share their opinions, to have a free discussion with one another on the one hand, and on the other hand, the freedom to be safe and to be protected and not to be subject to bullying or to hate speech or to any attack on one's safety. And so the balance between freedom of expression and safety security is a very hard one, and is one that changes according to the country you are, the culture you come from. And this is one of the most challenging, but also intellectually stimulating, actually, challenges and approaches that we face as Facebook. So of course, there are the policies. There are, of course, the laws of the countries where we operate. And this is a very important aspect, because if I think about Italy, my country, defamation is a criminal offense in Italy. It is not necessarily so in other European countries, and not so in the US, for example. So there are contents that might potentially be illegal in Italy, and therefore we will take them down in Italy, but they won't be illegal in other countries, and therefore we will make sure that they can continue to be seen in other countries. So this is a second way in which we try to address the problem that I was mentioning quickly before, which is the difference between laws, but also between cultures of very different countries. And then, of course, and this is the most important part, we develop tools. We develop tools to make sure that people can report effectively and quickly any content that is violating our policy or is violating the law and should not be on our platform. We are also working with technology. We're a technology company, so we're using artificial intelligence more and more to proactively identify, even without people actually reporting these contents to us, contents that should not be on our platform, to make sure that people, when they come to Facebook, they have a safe experience and they're not the victim of hate speech, of bullying, and the same. So we have been doing a lot of progress on artificial intelligence, on some topics more than others, because some are easier to identify. For example, nudity is very much more easily identified by machines than hate speech. But now on hate speech, 97% of the hate speech contents that we take down, that we have taken down in the first quarter of 2021, we have actually taken down without it even being reported by users. We have been able to identify it automatically thanks to our tools. So the policies and of course these reporting tools, but also a series of other tools that we have created, for example, on Instagram, to allow you to hide a few certain comments, to block people, etc., are all tools that we have made available to our users to make sure that they have a safe experience. But these tools are absolutely not enough to address the issue of safety online, and also to prevent any potential risk from happening if they're not coupled with media literacy, with knowledge about what the risks are, how to identify the risks, and what to do about these risks, how you can address them. Of course, if people don't know that they can report contents on Facebook, on Instagram, etc., well, they're going to see them, but they're not going to be able to take them down. And so it is extremely important to make sure that companies such as the one that I represent are made responsible to develop technology and constantly evolve technologies and their policies, etc., to defend and to protect their users on the platform. But I think it is also our responsibility to make sure that users have enough information and have enough sensitivity to understand what the risks can be and how to address these risks. And this applies, of course, to everything that is related to safety, especially for our younger users. And so I'm not going to go through all the programs that we have, but of course, it is extremely important for us to partner with local institutions, with local experts, to actually develop contents that are relevant for every local audience, divided into students, of course, but also parents and teachers, and to make sure that they have information about what could happen to them and how they can tackle it, both using our tools that are created to protect them, but also using day-by-day experience from safety experts, such as, I mean, I'm not even going to name names, but there are so many, and many of them have intervened and will be intervening after me. This is a very important part. Another important part, though, and another big responsibility that we have as Facebook, is to make sure that we provide information and control to users. Because in the end, you are the one who need to understand and who need to identify potentially contents that shouldn't be, and to understand and to identify contents and how to tackle them. A good example for that is how we address misinformation, which is one of the big issues of our times, and which I'm sure many of you have been studying and focusing on. Of course, misinformation have always existed. There are many different kinds of misinformation. There is misinformation content that is also illegal, or that is, for example, coupled with hate speech. That kind of misinformation is paradoxically easy to address because it's contrary to our policies, it's contrary to the law. So that kind of misinformation, if it's reported to Facebook, we're going to take it down. But it's the other kind of misinformation that is simply not true, but that is not illegal, which is the hardest to tackle, and which really necessitates the user in the end, whatever their age is, to take back control over what they see and to make their own opinion, and to have exert and express critical thinking, which is a very important aspect of our life as citizens, as operating in democratic societies. And what we do with that kind of misinformation, which is not illegal and not contrary to our policies, is that we allow users to report it. And we have a series of partners, of fact-checking organizations, whose job is really to you know, analyze news and to provide an analysis on what is true and what is not true based on real facts. And therefore, they will provide their analysis in written form. And every time that a user finds themselves in front of such kind of content, they're going to be able to identify it as a content that has been identified by a fact-checking organization as potentially fake. And the user will be able to go and read exactly why the content is potentially fake and make their own opinion about the content. So I think this is a very important thing to keep in mind and to take into consideration. We always need to make sure that users are provided with the right tools to protect themselves, that users are provided with the right tools to identify what good content and bad content could be, that they're provided with the right tools to report contents that shouldn't be on our platform, but also and always that they are able to make up their own mind and to see the kind of contents that they want to see. So to gain back control. And I'm going to finish on that, but also because it's another stimulation that I would like to throw up there. And I would love to have maybe a conversation with you guys in the room and maybe a few questions on your side. But like another very important topic that has been very much discussed around Facebook recently is algorithmic transparency, right? And whether algorithms are deciding on everything that we're seeing. Well, one of the things that is, I think, a big responsibility for Facebook is to provide back transparency and control over how algorithms actually work. And how do we do that? Well, for example, making sure that when I see a content, when I see an ad or even an organic content on my newsfeed, if I click on it, I'm able to see the criteria that Facebook has been using to decide to show me this content instead of another one as first in the scoring of the algorithm. So what are the criteria of interests that Facebook has identified for me? I am now able, thanks to a series of tools that we have developed, to actually see, for example, the categories of advertising interests that Facebook has identified for me, because I'm a woman, because I'm 37, because I live in Milan, but also based on the pages that I follow and on the posts that I focus on the most. So based on all these criteria, Facebook identifies a series of advertising preferences that I'm able to see, to consult just by clicking on the ad itself. And then I'm able to tell Facebook, this is not interesting to me. This is not something that I want to continue seeing. I'm not interested in tennis. I'm actually interested in dance. And so Facebook is going to start showing me ads or potentially contents, because this is also applicable to normal contents now, related to ads. And we've even gone a step further, which is now as a user, it is possible in an easy way for you to decide whether you want to see the contents on your news feed organized by an algorithm based on what we believe your interests to be, or in chronological order, because you don't want these contents to be organized. You just want to see them as people post them. You now have the choice to do that. So again, this idea that it is important for us, again, to develop tools, to develop things that allow you to see, to prevent as much as possible you from seeing bad content on our platform, but also, and most importantly, to provide you the right information to actually decide what you want to see on the platform and how you can protect yourself from contents that you don't want to see, or from contents that could potentially influence your ways of thinking. And so I think this is where we need to go. And my understanding is that this is also part of what you have been discussing in the last few days, specifically, of course, with the focus on safety and from the point of view of schools. But I think, again, this idea of control, of transparency, coupled, of course, with the protection of safety is extremely important. And this is a commitment that we have as Facebook, and that we will continue to have as much as possible in the next month, years, and hopefully decades to come. Thank you very much. I know I still have a little bit of time, but I would really like to have the opportunity maybe to have a discussion or to maybe answer to any of the questions you may have, hoping that I have an answer for you.
Funciona? Okay, sorry. Thank you so much. I think there are some questions. Okay.
Hello, and thank you very much for the interesting things and issues you brought on table. To tell you sincerely, I had a lot of questions, but you answered many of them. But speaking about algorithms, your last point, I was wondering, because what we did with the project InEDU was campaigning and raising awareness how important media and information literacy is, not only for kids but also for their parents and for society as a whole living in the online era. Yeah, I assume the algorithms are transparent, but when you have a social cause and when you're campaigning, is there a chance that the algorithm could help the campaigners that have educational campaigns to reach more people without paying for advertisement? It will help a lot organization like ours. Thank you.
Thank you for the question. It's a very relevant one. So what we do from that point of view is, first of all, to try and partner with as many organizations as possible to make sure that we can potentially even directly boost their message on our platform. And so sometimes you will see, instead of just ads campaigns on Facebook, you will see like really a message appearing on top of your news feed. We have been using it a lot for COVID-related initiatives, for example, encouraging you to wear masks or to go and have access to vaccines, etc. This is one of the options that we have, where we partner with local institutions or local organizations on very specific and important topics. Another thing is related to, in general, how an NGO or a nonprofit organization can use our platform to further promote their message. Again, in that case, we have a series of programs where we, for example, can offer advertising credits for these organizations so that they can promote themselves for free on our platform. We have also developed a series of tools that actually allow them to collect money thanks to our platform, and to therefore use this money to further promote their cause. This is still something that I believe, very honestly, we need to continue working on. I know some partners in the industry, such as Google, where I was working before, are more advanced, to be completely honest with you, than we are, I would say, on that particular topic. We have made a lot of progress, but I think there is a lot more that we can do. And this is definitely something that we are aware of and will continue working on. But for now, it's definitely partnerships, entering into contact with your local Facebook representatives, and trying to make sure that we're able to work together to make sure that the contents that you're promoting can reach the maximum possible number of people.
Detto di parlare in non ti sento. Ok. In inglese? Ok.
Do you hear me? Yeah, okay. Thank you for the presentation first. I just wanted to ask, how exactly is working the how do you make sure about the freedom of speech and the fact-checking? For example, if you decide that a certain profile is not allowed to be on Facebook, how exactly do you make the checking? I mean, are you sure that there is no space for mistakes? Because once banned, as far as I know, it's pretty hard to get back on track. So how do you assure that it's really, there is no space to be online?
It's a very important question. I absolutely, I mean, I understand what you mean. And yes, there have been mistakes in the past as well. I'm not going to lie about this, unfortunately, also because those decisions, most of them, as I was saying before, are taken by human beings. And so sometimes there are mistakes that we try to address as much as possible. The way we handle this is based on transparency and on concrete rules and on transparent rules. So if we decide that you are if we see that you're violating our policies because you're posting hate speech contents according to a very clear definition that is included in our community standards, which are accessible to everyone, then we will be sending you one prompt and then another one. And if you keep violating, it is possible that we would take down your profile from our platform. Or if you violate one of the most important policies of Facebook, which is the real name policy. So today, if you want to be on Facebook with a profile, not a page, you have to use your real name. We're actually doing this because we want people to take responsibility for what they do and what they say on Facebook. So I have to be Laura Bononcini on Facebook. I cannot be Nuvoletta 38 or whatever. I need to use my real name. And if I do not use my real name, I'm going to be deactivated from Facebook until I don't use my real name. And if I continue not doing that, then my profile is going to be taken down. But again, we do this based on very specific and concrete and transparent policies. These policies, of course, sometimes the people who decide, because sometimes it's an algorithm who decides when we use artificial intelligence. Most of the time, it's still human beings who receive a report about your fake profile, for example, and who decide to deactivate. These people can make mistakes. We have created an appeal system which allows you also to appeal to a decision and to potentially get your profile back up if there was a mistake. The final thing that I would say related to fact checkers, which you were mentioning before. So it's very important to also know that we're not going to take down a content that is reported, that is identified as fake by a fact checker. We're going to downgrade it, so it's less likely that it's going to be seen. And if you see it, you're going to see it with the analysis of the fact checker underneath. But we're not going to take it down because it's not illegal and it's not contrary to our policies. And we don't want to be the arbiters of truth. But we still know that we have to act against the diffusion of contents that are not real. So this is the solution that we have found. The fact checkers that we use are all parts of an international organization that is called IFCN. It's a network of fact checkers. And every year they have to go through a specific process to be vetted and to be checked in terms of their ethical approach, of how they work, etc. And by doing this, we try to make sure as much as possible that, again, even in determining whether content is potentially fake or not, we're not making mistakes. Of course, we do make mistakes sometimes. We do everything we can to repair them or to make sure that we minimize them as much as possible. And I must say that, honestly, I mean, the number of mistakes is extremely small if you compare to all the numbers of content violations that we address on our platforms, but it exists. And of course, the goal will be and will continue to be and must be to make sure that these mistakes do not exist, or at least are as limited as possible.
Okay, thank you. There is another question. Okay, sorry, you want to reply? Come, please come.
Actually, not to reply, just an additional questions, because I just remember that I have a friend. She is a photographer, but she's like constantly posting, and maybe she's over posting because she mentioned that once she has been banned for like oversharing stuff. What is the measurement of this, and if it's like a social media and should be freely sharing of content? If it doesn't, if it's like following the rules, then why this happens? For example, if it's nature photos, is it, I don't know, is it good to stop person from sharing something that doesn't go against your rules?
No, it definitely isn't. And again, this is when we try to find technical solutions to an issue. And so typically when people share constantly, like every 5 minutes on Facebook, it could be that it's not real people, that they're using bots or they're using systems to automatically share and to try to in some way subvert the algorithm. And so we have created a series of automatic tools that will, after a certain threshold of constantly sharing, that will prevent you from sharing constantly for some time, because they want to punish you, because it's as if you were trying to subvert, you know, the use of the platform. Unfortunately, of course, using automatic tools sometimes can lead to mistake. as in the case of your friend, who is probably just posting a lot of pictures because she's creating a lot of them, and it's right, and she should be allowed to post a lot of pictures if it's her doing it in not in an automated way. So in this case, we again have appeal systems, hoping, I hope that she's able to access them and to use them. This is the result of trying to manage an issue that is very wide, and sometimes, unfortunately, mistakes will happen unintentionally because of how our platform works. But again, she should be able to appeal the system if we're blocking her, and be able to post again normally.
Okay, thanks again. The new question.
Can you hear me? Yeah, thank you again for being with us. I would like to ask something related to the educational commitment, since we are working more with schools, with students, and how Facebook is, if it's investing on this area, and through which kind of activities and which kind of commitment is putting into this education activity. Thank you.
Thank you for the question. So yes, it's one of the topics and one of the issues that we've been investing the most, and actually one of the ones that I've been personally focusing on the most since I joined the company, because of course, if people do not feel safe, especially younger ones, when they are on Facebook or on Instagram now, then it's a problem for us, it's a problem for everyone. They're not going to keep using our platform. So it's a very important topic for us. The way we address it is by launching a series of initiatives with local stakeholders. So we have a flagship program, which is called Get Digital, which is composed mainly of a site, inside which you're going to find a series of resources for teachers, for parents, and for teenagers, in terms of what are the tools that are available to keep themselves safe on our platform, but also how they could prevent some bad things from happening when they're using our platform, and how they can react when they see bad things happening on Facebook. And these pieces of advice are, of course, the same for all users in Facebook internationally, but also specifically developed for every single country, because we know that the safety issues faced in Italy are going to be different from the ones faced in the US, or even faced in Germany or in Finland. And so it's important for us to, of course, have tools that are applicable to everyone, and have resources that are accessible to everyone. The Facebook Safety Center is one of them, but then to develop specific programs and specific moments of educations with local partners. And so in Italy, I don't know, we've been working with Telefono Azzurro, Fondazione Carolina, Save the Children, a series of local experts, and we're happy to work with others to make sure that the contents and the educational contents that we develop, and that we also potentially bring to schools. Sometimes these partners go to schools with our own contents, with the postal police as well. We worked in Italy, but to make sure that those contents are really relevant and important for local Italian students, as opposed to the French ones or to the American ones. And so this approach is a global one, but also a very local one, which we will continue to use because we believe it's very important. And another important thing that I would say is, and I know I've seen it also in your recommendations, that it plays an important role, the necessity to make sure that parents and teenagers and professors and teachers all work together, because everyone has a role to play, right? Very often the teenagers know more about how these tools work, and even how the safety tools work, than the parents, but the parents have the real life experience about what are the bad things that can happen. And so making sure that both can teach one another and both can speak to one another is actually extremely important, because it empowers both sides and it makes the whole process much smoother. So that's another, this concept of peer-to-peer education is another one that we have been favoring and that we have seen is working and will continue to do so.
Okay, thank you so much again. I think we don't have time for other questions. I don't know, because There are? No? Okay. Because, thank you so much. Okay. I want to say thank you again, because this time it was very inspiring and also very useful for our project, and also for the final reflection about all work we did in these 3 years. Thank you so much again.
Thank you.
And I don't know, it's all okay. Yes. And now we have to welcome our new guest, Mr. Alton Gritzel, okay, and who is a program specialist in communication and information at UNESCO. Ma loro lo sanno o no? No? Okay. Sorry? Okay. Yes, Mr. Gritzel. Okay. Thank you. Welcome. Can you hear us?
Okay.
Okay. Thank you so much. Welcome.
Oh,
and
yes,
please.
It's my pleasure. Good afternoon. Thank you so much. Welcome to everyone. Let me first thank former ASEAN and Sylvia Luiti for inviting UNESCO to this unique conference designed to assess the impact and make recommendations about upscaling media and information literacy good practices. It is important to see initiatives like these, multiplied around the world. Years ago, a director at UNESCO was encouraging me to do a second master's in media and communication. And in my brainstorming for possible research topics, I thought about exploring, how we can assess the impact of international conferences like these on public policies, how international conferences like this one that is being organized by former ASEAN interact with public policies. I didn't follow this pursuit. This pursuit was not achieved, but make no doubt about it, The UNESCO Media and Information Literacy Alliance and members like former ASEAN, we're linking up individual voices through conferences like these. And the result is a huge roar that cannot be ignored by policymakers and by international development partners. It is this collective voice that stirs inclusive participation and inspire public policy change. We must then sustain this effort, and that's a challenge that we have. Really interesting, impactful initiatives like ASEAN, former ASEAN projects. How do we sustain these efforts? And this is what we are about in this conference. This is what UNESCO is about. This is what our partners like European Commission and many others are about, to sustain the development of media and information literacy for all. I see that my slide is not moving here. Maybe the technician can help me a little bit there. Okay, in fact, I have clicked on the screen. Voila, maintenant, okay. So we're living in an era where promoting media and information literacy has become indispensable. And we heard it from the former speaker just now from Facebook, that we need media and information literacy competencies to be combined with other types of technical digital competencies. The COVID-19 pandemic has transformed our world. Disinformation and misinformation has become public enemy number one and the primary concern of the international development community. At the same time, data have become the new gold. Some experts are arguing that those who control data governs the people. This raises concerns about the data race that is happening now by many different digital communications companies, and I speak not only about social media platforms. Other experts have even gone so far as to suggest that people have lost control of their personal data. And even more, others are suggesting and positing that the last bastion of our privacy, our minds, our unexpressed thoughts are being breached as data is used to manipulate how people think and respond to certain information, events, and situations. These are important concerns that we have and we're facing in the 21st century. For over 40 years, UNESCO and many of our partners, including projects like former ASEAN and many other members of the UNESCO Media and Information Literacy Alliance, some of them you will be hearing from throughout this conference. We have been making the clarion call about the importance of the development community to prioritize people's critical competencies and their discerning power through media and information literacy. Give people the tool to self-empower so that they can become immune to disinformation, to misinformation, and to be able to better navigate digital spaces. This is the challenge that we have before us, and it's a very difficult challenge, but it's one that can be overcome as we combine our efforts, our resources, and as we ensure that we have the right political will and economic will, not just on the public policy makers, but the private sector also, to bring behind this initiative, this economic will, this business model to empower people with more media and information literacy. The Berkman Center, recently the Berkman Klein Center for Internet and Society at the Harvard School, in one of their global research, they call it the Sprint Research for Advocacy. And they were calling for deep dives in what they term as digital self-determinism. Digital self-determinism. And they're calling for a deep dive for all peoples to take that deep dive into digital self-determinism. And for them, they're saying that digital determinism focuses on issues such as people's self-expression, their critical civic participation in social life, and also in the digital economy, as well as their relationship building and well-being. Hopefully, with the consequence of derivative not only online, but also online. This self-determinism, this digital self-determinism should be happening offline as well. One of the young Harvard law students, Mary Torres, said, who participated in this research, she said it this way: there is just so much information, so there is a burden on us not to have excuse not to be informed. There's so much information, there's a burden on us not to be uninformed. But there's also so much disinformation, she said, that filtering out reliable form of information and content has become so overwhelming. It is becoming overwhelming, not just for the uneducated, but also the educated, for all of us. And what needs to be done? Unfortunately, it takes crises like the COVID-19 pandemic to remind us that we have powerful and potent development interventions such as media and information literacy that can empower people. For 40 years, 50, 70 years, the global community has been calling for media and information literacy to be a part of the formal education system. As an historical move, what we have happening is that the United Nations have entrenched critical thinking and civic engagement competencies in the Sustainable Development Goals. Sustainable Development Goal 4.7, which deals with quality education. People's involvement and advancement also in connection with people's fundamental freedoms and their access to information through SDGs 16, which looks at peace, justice, and strong institution. I want to take a non-traditional approach as I continue these few remarks from the UNESCO perspective in talking about the urgency for media and information literacy for all. And we'd like to talk to you very briefly for the next 15 minutes in addition to what I've already said. 5 basic movements about what we need to do to sustain this present global attention to media and information literacy. One that has come, unfortunately, because as I said, because of the COVID-19, this infodemic, but one that we must sustain beyond the COVID-19, this infodemic. And then I'll be using the Ranganathan 5 laws of library science, 5 laws of library science, to bring our attention to how media and information literacy can enable inclusive and participatory citizenship. Now, S.R. Ranganathan, who is considered as the father of library science in India, he came up with these 5 laws. Books are for use. Every reader, his book. Every book, its reader. Save the time of the reader. The library is a growing organism. We could translate that in the 21st century, and we could say the internet is for use, you know. Every reader, every user should have access to the internet. Every content, all types of content that we have should have their users and readers. We should find ways to save the time of users on the internet, and the internet is a growing organism. But what is important as we look at these 5 laws from S.R. Ranganathan, as we contextualize media and information literacy for social inclusion and civic participation, is for us to remind ourselves of the importance of reading and how media and information literacy can help deep reading. The new information or digital ecology calls for less reading, for rapid reading. We're browsing, and we're flipping, and we have no time to stop and to pay critical attention to what we are reading, what we're digesting, what we're feeding our mind with. But we need to make that link again once more and go back to the basics, to teach people deep reading and to use media and information literacy as one way to do this. We need to read to stay together, read to feel. We need to read to grow. We need to read to know. We need to read to love. As we contextualize and as we look at media and information literacy for social inclusion, we should rethink the present information ecology. We need to look at information in a broader content mix. And this is one of the challenges that we're all facing. Right now, there's a merger and a mixing of verified information with other types of content for entertainment, advertising, and personal sharing. And so we need to make that distinction. And as stakeholders, especially digital communication platform, need to help all users to make that distinction, what the content mix is, and to separate verified information from other types of content. Civic participation and social inclusion, as I mentioned earlier, is about the sustainable Development Goals. It's about SDGs 4 and SDG 6. The purpose of education is about creation and the dissemination of knowledge. And this is what media information literacy is about. How can we enhance the creation and dissemination of knowledge, not only in the classroom, but outside of the classroom? As we try to drive persons towards societal engagement, we need to keep a focus on sustainable development. We need to find ways to link our activities on media and information literacy to societal challenges and also societal opportunities. And there are big opportunities that are written in the Sustainable Development Goals. But what we have is also a flood of data, an overwhelming flood of development data that average citizens cannot decipher and cannot understand. Media and information literacy can help the general public to be able to better engage in sustainable development. Transferring and translating the SR1 5 laws of media and information literacy in the context of social inclusion, we can also say that knowledge is for use. Every user of knowledge is to gain wisdom and create new knowledge. All knowledge must have users. Why create knowledge? What information out there we're creating that has no users? We need to enhance the well-being of users of information and knowledge. And again, knowledge is a dynamic and it's growing. These unchangeable principles of UNESCO is in promoting knowledge society still remains relevant and must be embraced by all stakeholders in promoting media and information literacy, including digital communication platform, quality education for all, freedom of expression, universal access to information, and to promote multilingualism in cyberspace. So having started with this idea of books and a focus on deep reading and critical reading, we need to recognize that the internet is nothing more than a big book. But if we're failing in engaging people in deep reading and critical reading, we will also fail with this humongous book, which the internet is. The internet should not replace the importance of critical reading and deep reading and of books, but both should coexist if we're really going to have true societal participation and inclusion. Movement 2 is very simple. That what I'm proposing here is that if we want to achieve the universality of these two containers of knowledge, books and the internet, we need policies, we need regulations, we need laws, we have to look into innovation, private and public sector partnerships, but we also need to promote media and information literacy for all. Media and information literacy is an important building block for active and inclusive citizenship. This is how we can engage people in real intercultural dialogue, empowering them to promote gender equality, respect for others, to understand their rights online and offline, and how they should respect the rights of others. These important building blocks have become indispensable. But the internet is not all bad. Sometimes when we talk about the internet, we talk about it from a very negative perspective. We forget that there are many opportunities that exist through the internet. Many opportunities. And one such opportunity is the search for truth. Seeking and stimulating critical responses to social and democratic discourses and helping people to acquire media and information literacy competencies is very important in the search for truth. Truth seeking has become modeled in the social discourses in a period of heightened misinformation and alternative facts, all sorts of arguments and post-truths. A modeled environment that we're living in. How do we ensure diversity of views and of voices and defending and preserving access to information and freedom of expression, for instance, without compromising and hindering truth. And this is the challenge that we face. One expert puts it this way: there is no alternative to access to information and freedom of expression. Censorship is more dangerous to the search for truth. Events are unfolding very rapidly, one expert put it, and this was in 2013 that he was speaking. It would be historic and ironic to see and be a monumental shame if the press freedom that as we know it reaches its demise because of the sheer and pace of irresponsible truth-seeking and truth-telling. We have to empower people. This is a challenge that we have with media and information literacy, to seek truth wisely so that freedom of expression can be protected. In this context, UNESCO has developed what we call the 5 laws of media and information literacy. And again, they're very much related to the 5 laws of library science, contextualizing important principles that we need, all stakeholders need, if we are going to sustain media and information literacy for all. And it's very simple. Law 1 reminds us that information, communication, and media and technology is for critical civic engagement and for sustainable development. And it is suggesting that we should not necessarily treat books or internet as more important than books or more important than media, that we need all these different forms of communication if we're going to empower persons. Law 2 reminds us that every citizen is creating information and creating knowledge, and we should respect the rights of persons, that everyone, we're creating knowledge and we want more new knowledge. Even sometimes we're not aware that we need new knowledge, but we should not compromise the rights of persons. Law 3 reminds us that every information, every type of information and knowledge is not always value neutral. Some of the information that you're hearing from presenters, even from me, from UNESCO, is not necessarily value neutral. We are pushing a particular principled type approach to promoting media and information literacy, for example, that respect human rights. Law 4 reminds us that every citizen wants to know information. And Law 5, the final law, reminds us that media and information literacy is not a skill or competencies that are achieved all at once. It's a long-term process. It's a lifelong learning process. And this is why we need partnerships for sustainable approaches. In the interest of time, I will skip some of what I have in that movement. And I'll jump to movement 4 that speaks to who are the guardians and should be the guardians of media and information literacy. We have partners like former ASEAN. We're thankful to see Facebook present with us. And so there are many important guardians of media and information literacy, whether it's libraries, archives, museums, public authority, students, teachers. You know, ASEAN is training many teachers. But we should pay a little bit more attention to 3 groupings of guardians. And one, you see in blue there, is the digital communication platforms. As I said, we're happy to see Facebook present in this dialogue. There's a lot more that digital communication platforms like social media, telecom and internet providers, publishers can do to promote media and information literacies. Imagine a world with Facebook, 3 billion people, members and followers, all having access to media and information literacy because of a partnership, let's say, for example, between UNESCO, Facebook, the European Commission, and other stakeholders. Imagine that world, what transformation could come if we have more economic, economic will and purpose from digital and private companies to promote media and information literacy. Again, we're thankful for all our partners in the UNESCO MIL Alliance around the world, but we also need to look at non-traditional actors in promoting MIL. We should look outside of those who are doing it. We should look to the municipalities, local government, mayors' networks, election officials, the public transportation companies around the world transmit so much information to the public, and people spend so much time in these spaces. They can also promote media and information literacy. The healthcare sector, in the context of COVID-19, the healthcare sector can link media and information literacy to science literacy, again, in that search for truth. And this is what UNESCO is calling media and information literacy cities, an innovative approach we are promoting to make cities and physical spaces become classrooms outside of the physical classrooms. So these three groupings are also very important that we look forward as we move on. Just to come to a close and take some of your questions, the final movement 5 is to share with you some of the work that UNESCO has been doing. You have heard me mention many times the UNESCO Media and Information Literacy Alliance. It's a network of networks which was started in 2013, has taken on new importance since this increased momentum behind media and information literacy. We have over 600 organizations. As I said, 20–30% of these are actually networks. So it's a huge reach through this alliance with members in over 100 countries across the world. And so we invite listeners to come and join this alliance, because as I said earlier, this is the way that we link up our small initiatives so that we can have a louder voice for policymakers, and this is a part of the mandate of UNESCO. We have developed very important resources in terms of guidelines for media and information literacy policies, national policies on MIL, and we're talking not only government policies, but this tool will help organizations like Facebook, like other social media platforms, Google and Twitter, Weibo, and so many others, to develop internal policies. Media organizations, we have developed a tool called Media and Information Literacy in Journalism. As you can see on your screen, that's the third tool there. And we're calling for media organizations to promote media and information literacy as a part of their business model, and again, to build trust in social media platforms and media. Recently, we just launched our second edition of the UNESCO Media and Information Literacy Curriculum for Teachers that is called Media and Information Literate Citizens, Think Critically and Click Wisely. This is a tool that you can access online. Now, all these resources, we're working with many stakeholders across the world to use these tools. So they're not just sitting on a shelf, but there's important tools that are bringing about transformation. Yet there's a lack of resources to do more of what we need to do to promote media and information literacy for all. And UNESCO is calling for more partnerships, calling for an international fund for media and information literacy to drive and to scale up some of these activities similar to what ASEAN, former ASEAN is doing. We have a suite of media and information literacy MOOCs targeting different stakeholders, from youth to adults to professionals to media professionals. We'll be launching a MOOC for policymakers and government officials in a couple of months around Global Media and Information Literacy Week in October. And so we ask you to spread the word, because we need to educate the policymakers about the importance of media and information literacy for democratic processes, for social development and sustainable development. We're also developing a MOOC which is going to be completely radio-based to reach the 50% of the world population. Now it's 45% that still do not have access or steady access to internet, and they depend on radio as their main source of information. Coming soon, we're calling on all partners to join us to promote the Global Media and Information Literacy Week, which is celebrated from the 24th to the 31st of October. This year, it will be hosted by South Africa, and you'll be hearing more about that soon. Global Media and Information Literacy Week is now an official UN Week. It's now a United Nations week. The United Nations on the 25th of March this year passed a resolution underscoring and cementing the urgency of media and information literacy for all. This resolution from the United Nations and one that was also another resolution from UNESCO in 2019 are important normative tools for actors globally to use for negotiation with their elective officials in promoting media and information literacy for all. Finally, we do have a lot of social media activities. That's where disinformation is happening. We have developed a project that is called MIL Clicks, where we're trying to find innovative ways to expose people to media and information literacy competencies in their normal use of the internet as they click, socialize, interact, and share content online that they're learning about media and information literacy. And something like this, we believe that digital platforms can help us to drive home so that more people can have access to this MIL Clicks initiative. Just before I end, I mentioned many times that we need to develop more international and systematic partnerships around promoting media and information literacy in digital spaces, but also online. Right now, there's no systematic cooperation between stakeholders who are promoting media and information literacy and private sector, including digital communication platforms like Facebook, Google, Twitter, Weibo, and many others. And we would like to change that. And so UNESCO is advancing and pushing forward what we're calling an international multi-stakeholder framework for private companies and digital communication platforms to promote media and information literacy in their policies and program. And so we invite Facebook, who is connected with us, for some dialogue on this, and we invite all stakeholders to follow UNESCO website about this. We'll be launching an international consultation on this particular framework document, which will be launched before Global MIL Week. We will have some debates on it in Global MIL Week, and we will try to culminate and have a final framework, multi-stakeholder framework, during the Internet Governance Forum, which will be the beginning of December this year. Please visit our website for more information on a lot of work that we're doing that I didn't have time to talk about. I want to end with this important point as we started out looking at books as a container of knowledge and the internet as a container of knowledge, and how we need to sustain the universality of both of these using media and information literacy to promote deep reading. It is not a choice between basic literacy and media and information literacy. As the world grapple with ensuring that people have access to basic numeracy and literacy and looking for resources for that, it's not a choice between these basic literacy competencies and media and information literacy. We must keep in mind that media and information literacy is literacy. And on that note, I thank you for listening. Thank you for your cooperation with UNESCO, and I look forward to taking some of your questions.
Thank you. Thank you so much for being with us. Thank you so much also for your words, inspiring and challenging, in particular for us as teachers. And thank you again. And now I think we can pass to the second part of our program, afternoon program, and we are going to speak about the InEDU engagement program. So we're going to share the experience of students and teachers in the countries partners of the project. So I think I can welcome Chiara Palazzetti from Formazione.
Good afternoon, everybody. and welcome. I want to thank also Alton Grisel for his speech. It was very inspiring. We are running fast with the program of today, but I think it's it perfectly matches what he said with our efforts as InEDU project and our principles of working on and for media and information literacy for all of us, for everybody in our communities, with an objective of including everybody in our society. I will be briefly presenting the experience of the InEDU project. And then I will share the floor with my colleagues from the partner organizations to tell you a little bit more about what we did in these past years with students, schools, and teachers to promote media and information literacy in our communities. The InEDU project is financed by the Erasmus Plus program. It's a Key Action 3 project, so it aims also to inspire with the practices and the experiences from the ground the innovation of public policies in the field of inclusive education and literacy for all. It has been implemented by partners from Italy, Bulgaria, France, Croatia, and Slovenia that are here with us after this long COVID-19 restrictions. We finally managed to be all together in Perugia, and this is also makes me very happy. The aims of the project were to develop media and information literacy and critical thinking. It is a word that was mentioned by both speakers in the initial part of this conference, via inclusive non-formal learning programs, which were able to combine training and non-formal events, other type of events at community level. The idea of the project came from two good practices that partners had developed, in particular for countering hate speech online. And the practices were an hackathon that is a practice that was brought in the partnership by the Bulgarian colleagues, and this idea of investing on the competencies and knowledge of positive messengers to that recall somehow the guardians for media and information literacy. So young people that are equipped, that have improved their competencies and are able to make a different use, a positive use of the online resources. The combination of these two practices led to the InEDU project. And also another aim was to contribute to prevent marginalization and countering inequalities. So we have heard very well from the previous speaker how much media and information literacy can impact on the achievement of sustainable development goals. This is something that we had in mind, trying to be as inclusive as possible in all the practices, educational practices that we planned and implemented. In particular, the practice that we have realized has been called and referred to as the InEDU engagement program. We have targeted through this program a variety of stakeholders. Of course, central to our initiative are schools, so school teachers and students have been our key partners in implementing the InEDU project. And in addition to that, we have tried as hard to involve and engage families and parents in the process. We will have a chance to hear more about that in the following session about the recommendations. We had, of course, difficulties as we had to rethink all the activities of the project due to the pandemic crisis. We also had, as a target group, intention to, and we managed to engage journalists and media with different roles throughout the project. And for instance, they were involved as a jury in the hackathon competitions or as experts in online and events that have been organized targeting students. And also, very important, we will hear more about that by the Bulgarian colleagues who organized the international training, a role for civil society organizations, so for organizations that support specific social causes and that joined our efforts with the students and with the schools to give additional meaning to this joint effort of development of media and information literacy. The InEDU engagement program is composed of 3 steps. So first we had training opportunities for teachers. We have ourselves participate to a training, international joint training with experts on media and information literacy. Each of us has then realized training for teachers opportunities at national level that led also to the implementation of activities with the students directly promoted by the teachers participated in the training. Then we have organized national civic hackathons, which is the key practice that we have developed and experimented, let me say, within this project with a lot of success, I must say, and always room for improvement, of course, but we are very happy of the results that we achieved. And the International Student Camp, that was an opportunity at transnational level, again online, we were forced to do so, for a selection of students and teachers that participated in the national hackathons. They had a chance to further develop and learn about media and information literacy and about the role they can play in improving our society in terms of being literate and being able to participate as active citizens in the communities. I will give you some figures about the results that we have achieved. So we have trained more than 80 teachers at national level, and we have organized 4 civic hackathons, 1 per country, in Italy, Croatia, Slovenia, and Bulgaria. These civic hackathons have been participated by over 250 students and 60 teachers. And they have involved a variety of stakeholders. So it was said before that it is important to think also a little bit out of the box to involve other type of organizations, other type of stakeholders, not directly playing a role today in the promotion of media and information literacy. This is something we started to do with the InEDU project. We have engaged as a jury, as mentors in our activities, and also as experts, a variety of organizations from our countries and not only. And the idea of the hackathon was to engage students in a competition. So there were teams participating with the aim of designing and planning communication and awareness raising campaigns to raise the awareness. I apologize for this. Of different target groups in our communities on the importance of media and information literacy. So students and teams were engaged to define how to promote media and information literacy, what type of message to share with their targets, and also to do that coherently with the context they are operating and living in. So I am now going to give you some more details about the hackathon that we have organized in Italy, and then you will see my colleagues from the different countries coming up with me and sharing their experiences about the training, the hackathon at national level, and the international student camps. I will be quick about the civic hackathon that we have organized in Italy. We had called it Hack for Inclusion. And we have proposed 4 challenges to the teams who registered for participating. The first one, how do we use words online, was about hate speech and being capable of recognizing hate speech online and react as a protagonist, as activist online to these hate attacks. The second challenge is who said that. So the focus in this case was on disinformation, fake news, the importance of being aware of understanding the source of the information we read, we share, and we disseminate online, and not only, of course. The third challenge was what do we say about us online? An important component of being media and information literate citizen is being also able to defend our privacy and our digital identity. And the fourth challenge was about the use we made of bodies and images online. So how to become more aware and be able to react to sexism and body shame online. We had 20 teams participating. We had to make a tough selection because a lot of students registered, and thanks to the COVID, we could engage schools from different regions in Italy. That was not planned at the beginning. We could only accept 20 teams for this first edition of the hackathon, and we had teachers supporting the teams directly from the schools participating, 27 teachers. I thank them all for their work. And as organization, we had identified 4 mentors that accompanied the teams throughout the 2 days of the hackathon, providing support in terms of digital development of tools, innovative solutions that they were aware of, and in general also for those transversal skills that the hackathon contributed to develop in terms of being able to pitch for their campaigns, and also reinforce their team, their capacity to work as a team and to communicate with experts and other type of stakeholders participating in the hackathon. We had 8 jury members, something that we really tried to ensure throughout the whole process. And I also thank Capitini, our partner from Italy, for that. We thought that it was very important to not only learn about civic participation and activism, but also experience it. So students have been called to participate to all the phases of the design and implementation of the hackathon. They have supported us in designing the initial communication strategy. They have been called to be part of the jury and assessing their peer and their campaigns. And they also have supported us in designing, yes, the idea of behind the whole event. We have some lessons learned, of course. I know that I'm running a little bit out of time, but we learned that this hackathon, this civic hackathon, is an effective way of doing school online, of distance learning. It promoted the capacity of students to learn autonomously, and also applied the project-based pedagogy to the promotion of media and information literacy. It contributed to raise awareness among students on their online behaviors. And it has also proven to be an opportunity to reinforce many transversal competencies that were not the main aim, of course, of the civic hackathon, but which represent a plus, an added value of this experience, both for teachers and students. It also was an opportunity to experience a new way of talking and working with the teachers for the students and vice versa. And also very important, it has proven to be able to produce effective and lasting engagement, because students have not only participated to the activity online over 2 days, but they have continued working on the issues that they campaigns had tackled. Even those who didn't win their category continued to work according to what they had planned in the campaign, and still now we receive many input from the teams, and this is extremely important result for us. And also it was an opportunity to foster creativity and lateral thinking in the students. They were protagonists of their learning experience, and this is also very important. I would like to call here now Rosa Coppola from ITED Capitini. She will tell us a little bit more about the training for teachers that we organized in Italy. If I can, okay. So please, Rosa.
Thank you, Chiara. Good evening, everyone, and thanks for coming. I'm Rosa Coppola, and I was a coordinator in my school with Cinzia Spogli for IN-EDU project. And today, on this occasion, I'd like to share with you some aspects about Italian teachers training and a focus on MIL in curriculum. As we said many times, aim of this project is just to promote and implement the media information literacy in curriculum in secondary school. And the effect that we want to reach is to create responsible and active citizens, people capable of using social media. Thank you. I'm sure. Thank you. Thank you. And so we want to create responsible and active citizens capable of using social media and digital devices in a aware and informed way. But we know that to get this aim, we need to have well-trained teachers. So we organized 2 important meetings in Italy. One in Perugia and one in Terni, where many teachers were involved. And in fact, we had more than 60 teachers, and here you can see teachers while we are working in teams. They had lesson plans created by Irma Vélez, and they had to create new material that they could use with their students in classroom. The items that they debated were security online, critical thinking, stereotypes, hate speech, body shaming, fake news, freedom of expression, democracy, and human rights. And I can say that many teachers were very satisfied and had a positive evaluation on this program, because they said it was really effective, usable, and good for develop critical thinking in students. Here we can see teachers while they are working in groups, and a teacher is explaining the new lesson plan she created with her group. Here we are in Terni with Chiara Palazzetti and Cinzia Spogli, and also in Terni we organized a good meeting of teachers training, and also on this occasion we had good evaluation. And then we organized also online campaign about particular subject. On this occasion, we have also educational office involved in InEDU project. And the question was, how can digital resources create and promote inclusion? Then we went on with our campaign that we created with the Formazione, and just to engage adult people, because one of the most important challenge was also how to engage adults, in particular parents. So many webinars and meetings online were organized, and they were addressed to parents, teachers, and educators. On this occasion, we have a web on hate speech and how to counteract it. Another important campaign, always on No Hate Speech Movement Italia, we invited international experts that were engaged for implementing Italian campaigns and make people aware about phenomenon on the web. This is a very interesting and very important moment where multi-target training for teachers and parents were involved. And on this occasion, the item was sexism and violence on the web. In this picture, we have an important moment, Global Meal Week by UNESCO. And the item was disinfodemic. Also on this occasion, the webinar was created to implement and engage teachers, parents, and stakeholders. So the question and the challenge that we had was, how can we integrate MIL in a curriculum? This is a new challenge for Italian school. And in this case, new Italian legislation was very useful for us, because this legislation asks to integrate new subjects in curriculum to promote digital citizenship, correct information, critical thinking, privacy, respect, inclusion, and other important values of democracy. And so we can integrate MIL program in the annual planning in each school. Each council can adopt MIL and work on this at different levels just to promote what Europe asks to do. And this is the last picture where we can see students in team while they were working on media information literacy. And students with this program can analyze sites, create new content, and suggest solutions. Thanks for your attention.
Thank you very much, Rosa. I will ask now Natalia Velka from Center for Peace to come up, join us, and tell us a little bit more about the experience of the InEDU engagement program in Croatia. Thank you, Natalia.
Can I do it alone? I need some help. I'm too big. Thank you, Laura. Esperto is coming. Sorry. Thank you. Grazie. Grazie. Hi, everybody. Buongiorno, dobar dan. My name is Natalia Havelka. I am a legal advisor and executive director of Center for Peace, Nonviolence and Human Rights, non-governmental organization from Osijek, Croatia. I prepare a short presentation about InEDU engagement program on example of Croatia. First, I will tell you something about training for trainers, and after that, something about Croatian online civic hackathon. And at the end, I will show you a short movie about Croatian online civic hackathon. Okay, let's start. I need this green one. So, in January 2020, as a part of the InEDU project, one-day training for high school teachers on media literacy and critical thinking was held at the Osijek Electrical Engineering and Transport School, organized jointly by the Center for Peace Osijek and the named school. The training was held by Professors Dalibor Kapavošević, also the school librarian, and Croatian language professor Sandra Matijević, who prior to this event attended the international training held in the Osijek from October 1st to 3rd, 2019. The international training was attended by 23 participants from Bulgaria, Croatia, France, Italy, and Slovenia, comprising professionals from areas such as education, psychology, journalism, and project management. During the 3-day training, they learned about media literacy, theory, practical teaching tips, and got acquainted with the curriculum on the media literacy and critical thinking developed by the organization IREX Europe and the French media literacy organization Savoir, Devenir. Sorry, remind my French. The training for trainers was led by Irma Velez, media and information literacy specialist lecturer at the Sorbonne University. So, the next slide. At the teacher training held in Electrical Engineering and Transport School, teachers, librarians, and pedagogues from Slavonia and Baranja County, this is part of Croatia, had an opportunity to hear from Sandra Matijević and Dalibor Kapavošević about their experiences, expertise, and ideas based on media and information literacy and critical thinking training, and also from their classes and extracurricular activities. At the end of the training, participants were able to discern, describe, and acquire related terminology, competencies, and values related to media and information literacy. They could identify mechanisms that determine information disorders online, especially in regards to fake news, misinformation, stereotypes, and hate speech. They got acquainted with the most important elements of the efficient lessons plan on media and information literacy and critical thinking, and discuss possible integration of media and information literacy into different school subjects and extracurricular activities. As you can see on the slide, Participants were very pleased with the training, describe it as extremely interesting and fun trainers, quite useful examples of good practice, etc. You can read it on this slide. I will show you some pictures of the training. Closer to the, thank you. Okay, the next activity was online civic hackathon. As a part of IN-EDU project, on November 28, 2020, an online hackathon of media and information literacy was organized for high school students. The hackathon was organized through the Zoom platform and also Discord, not only Zoom, and the topic was fake news. They were 39 students who competed in 10 teams, and their task was to design a media campaign to raise awareness of the importance of media and information literacy and to identify and combat fake news. The campaigns were judged by an expert jury, 6 members of expert jury, consisting of representatives of the startups, scientific, educational, and activist scene. And during the hackathon, 2 lectures were held, which were available to the general public. This is about 2 lectures. So, as I already said, we have 39 students in 10 teams from 5 schools from Osijek, together 8 schools, 5 schools were from Osijek, 2 from Vukovar, 2 from Zadar, and 1 from Županja. All the teams did an amazing job, but the experts chose 3 winning teams. Schools from Zadar win the first place, schools from Osijek the second, and school from Vukovar the third place. This is the title of winning campaign is raising awareness about violence, discrimination, and prejudice migrants face through educational posts on social media. The second, raising awareness on how to recognize fake news in media. And third, Office for Turning in, Detecting and Investigating Fake News in Public Spaces in order to raise awareness and the impact of fake news. Special challenges included the epidemiological measures, COVID measures. We had to transfer all activities to the virtual world using Zoom and Discord platform. It was especially challenging to design the methodology and student task for the hackathon. We held our hackathon online with the help of our digital wizards, Bamboo Lab from Osijek. Some pictures. And at the end, I will show you a short movie about Croatian online civic hackathon. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you. Sorry. I ask now the colleague Natalia Zunko from Prisma Foundation to join me for presenting the experience in Slovenia while she adjusts herself. Okay. Please.
Hello from another Natalia, this time from Slovenia. And I would like to share the Slovenian experience regarding InEDU engaging program. I will start with some facts regarding youth and digital media. Let me press the magic green button, which was our driving force to be part such a wonderful InEDU project and also such a wonderful partnership. And these facts are not very positive, but I'm very positive at the end, but not COVID positive, but media and literacy positive. So let's start with these facts. According to the research made by Faculty of Media Literacy in 2015, more than half of the high school students use the internet between 2 and 5 hours a day. Internet usage time increasing with age. Only 1 in 20 high school students is not present on social media. Despite the concerns, or even with pleasure, the photos in a provocative pose have already been published by 19 out of 20 high school students, more male. More than 20% have been harassed at least once online or via email in the past year. In the past year, 2/3 of high school students have been so sad and desperate at least once that they have given up some daily activities for 2 weeks or more. Several times girls. Every 13th, 1 in every class, to be more clear, feel this way every day. And I think that InEDU project and similar projects are very much needed, and that this is a good starting point to continue with our activities and to be more engaged, not only within our partnership, but in EU and also in worldwide level. And what were our steps in EDU engagement program? I think 2 crucial steps were made in Slovenia. The first one, that Prisma Foundation closely related all activities within InEDU projects with similar project called Career Center for Youth, supported by Ministry of Labor, Equal Opportunities and Family Affairs, and it is national funded. And the target groups of InEDU and Career Center for Youth project are similar. Youth, teachers, schools, policymakers, and educators. And the second crucial steps, that we closely network with key stakeholders, key players in the field of digital literacy and safe web use. I think the main fact that the youth and also teachers needs to raise awareness that also web is a space. It's not something unresistible, or it's a book, yes, but it's also a space. And it's an environment, and we need to be very responsible while acting and while exposing in this environment. And what were the positive results of our InEDU engagement activities? Wide network and personal contacts with primary and secondary school principals, teachers, and also counselors. Very widespread media coverage, visibility, credibility, first-class experts for the implementation of the civic hackathon, and also great interest of all target groups, teachers, young people, and also parents, indirect involved by civic hackathon activities. Because of COVID unpredictable situation, we must postpone the planned activities, train activities for the teacher, and it was implemented 1 year after the first original plan, and we implement training for teachers in January in 2021. The interest for participating in our training activities were very great. We involved 42 teachers, and main topics covered by this one-day training was presentation of digital competencies, the challenges of digital presence and identity, media information literacy to prevent information disruption and hate speech, and mastering freedom of expression online. And what were the feedbacks? Positives as in all partner countries. Teachers respond that it is the right topic at the right time. More such trainings are needed also in the future. More time to deepen the content. Very interesting and unfamiliar area before the training. Great material. We also introduced the manual prepared by our French partner, and also a lot to learn, because when we get familiar with something, then we know that we know very less, and it's a lot to discover and to deepen the knowledge. And let's go to another very important and very interesting activity, our civic hackathon. It was implemented online. We call it Click with Hat. It was very impressive title. And this hackathon was implemented in March. It was a 2-day event, and it was supported by the main national information point, Safe PKC, very well known also in international sphere. And this is awareness point on safe use of the internet and mobile devices for children, teachers, and parents. We involved 40 participants. These are young people, students from primary and secondary school. We make challenges for 2 topics, fake news and hate speech. We attract 8 experts, mentors, and we attract also 5 jury members. I will skip this, who were our mentors, but they were very interesting mentors, well known on the national level, first-class experts from journalists, psychologists, I don't know, really important persons, and also with a lot of experience dealing with schools, with youngsters, how to raise awareness, how to promote these digital tools in a very awareness and responsible way. And as I said, we had 8 teams, very equally spread it. 4 teams were challenging fake news, and 4 teams were challenging hate speech. And among 8 teams, we award 6 teams. Very positive approach. Only 2 teams were not winning the award, but all members participate in our hackathon, won gadgets, t-shirts and hats, and they are really like it, and they wear it almost every day, I suppose. And the awards were very, I would say, big. First place was awarded with 2,000 euro, second place 150 euros, and third place 100 euros. But these euros were spent for awareness-raising campaigns following after the hackathon. I would like to say that we are really proud because Slovenia, among all partner countries, has the smallest population. But our hackathon was live streamed during YouTube channel. And the first day we had 375 viewers. Also, I think 18 likes. And the second day, the number of viewers raised, and we have more than 441 viewers. But I would also like point it out 4 unlike, and these are the participants of the team who didn't win the award. 4 members of the team. And now let me share our video from our civic hackathon, please. Yes, enjoy the music. let me share you, because I have only 1 minute left, the campaigns implemented after our hackathon, campaigns of winning teams. They mostly created Instagram profile account, and they make posts in these accounts. The first team make his fake lake exposing, and their campaign is called Fake Lake. We can see some posts and also the picture of the team with our t-shirts. The second campaign was called, I don't know how to say in English, Preveriano, checking or something like that, how to check fake news. And they also created a brochure, and these brochures were presented to their classmates and during the local campaigns, also in local newspaper. And also in local TV, they were guests, and they have 1 hour TV show. And they were also very, you see, innovative. They create masks with IN-EDU logo and distribute it among their classmates. And let me share the campaign related to hate speech. Also, they create a poster with the hate speech content, and they promote it in class. They also, 1 team made graffiti in front of the school, in the wall, and also a post in Instagram profile. And these are our experience. Thank you for your attention. I'm looking forward for another successful project. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Natalia. I will now call the colleagues from Bulgaria to join me. Thank you, Natalia, also for stressing the fact that the winning teams had received an award in cash for the implementation of the design campaigns. That recalls what we said at the beginning of practicing being an active citizen and responsible and aware citizen. And don't watch the slides there, but in the monitor.
Yes, of course. Hello. My name is Danica, and I'm coming from Sofia Development Association. I'm together with my colleagues Sanja and Albena, and my colleagues from DZZD Obučeni, another Bulgarian organization, Ivailo, Petko, and Vicky. We'll try to tell you more about our Bulgarian part of the InEDU engagement program. It's a huge challenge because we did a lot in 1.5 years, and you're asking us to report about it in 15 minutes. We will try to do so. But before sharing our experience, I'd like to express our gratitude to Silvia, Chiara, and the whole Formazione team, and Aldo Capitini for the great lead of the project, and also for daring having this event here live, face-to-face. To tell you sincerely, it's such a joy to communicate the old-fashioned way, not through the monitor. But back to Bulgaria. So we started at the beginning of 2020 with the teachers training. We had a huge resource base provided by IREX, now ERIM, and Savoir, Devoir, with great lessons, 10 lessons that we adopted for our teachers whom we invited to us. It was very important that we have different types of schools. And through the networks that we entered, thanks to this project and the networks we have in Sofia and Bulgaria, we managed to reach, you see, it's 16 schools, but there was a huge variety and diversity of schools. We had teachers and principals from schools that are working with disadvantaged schools. We call them also resource schools, but we have also high-tech schools and language high schools.
The training was very interactive, and we introduced the topics that the teachers mentioned as they are most interested in. But the thing I would share is that we, together with Ivailo and his team and our team, we went deep into the online content creation during the training. And it was in February, and it seems it turned out it's very, very important because it paid off 1 month after everything was closed and everything went online. So we provided the resources, but also the skills and knowledge how to use them. And then the world has changed, and we had to change everything. We had a plan that we made with our partners from, you saw 5 countries, what to do. And then in March, we had to postpone everything, and we started wondering what to do. We cannot cancel the project. It's a great project. We have a lot to do. And then we decided that since everybody is online, we should go there. So we started, I'm not sure, I'm hurrying up, and yeah, I missed the slide with the campaign. We started with three campaigns. No, it's again, hurry up. Anyway, we started with 3 online campaigns. They were mainly based in the social media. We were targeting mainly parents, and we started creating fancy postcards with messages bilingual in English and Bulgarian, with some provocative messages and with links to resources. We also invited famous public figures and created several videos pointing out how important is the media literacy and its aspects. Ivail's team created a very funny campaign. They had proverbs, Bulgarian famous proverbs, and they turned the proverbs into provocative messages. And thus we reached around 50,000 persons according to the analytics we are following in order to report the project afterwards. And of course to know whether we are successful. And then we had the hackathon, which Petko will tell you briefly what was about.
You have your own microphone there.
Thank you. Hello. I've been waiting to come up here just to take off my mask for a second there. So about the Civic Hackathon, we had, as you can see, 94 participants from 14 schools and 8 different cities throughout Bulgaria. And the first and most important questions that popped out when we started thinking about organizing the hackathon is how. And the obvious question was online, but online was something that the students were getting a lot of in the past few months, so we wanted to make something a little bit more different, and we actually designed a virtual studio, and we made it as if it's a TV program. And I think that the students and all the participants had a really great time seeing themselves as part of a big production. We have 7 winning teams who created socially important campaigns about topics such as hate speech, online communication, and all of them had 5 different mentors, specialists in different, different areas of media and online topics. They helped them create their campaigns. They taught them how to, and then the students had to pitch their campaigns to the same people, after which they had 4 months, if I'm not mistaken, to create their campaigns, and those 4 months actually were really important for the students and for us to see the job we've done, because the reach of the collected reach of their campaigns was around 500,000 people online. After the hackathon was done and the campaigns were already also done, we gave additional prizes to teams that did the best job in creating and promoting their campaign. Also during the hackathon, we created 6 educational videos helping the participants learn about different online tools they can use to create content and make their campaigns better. The opening and the closing ceremonies of the hackathon were live on YouTube and on Facebook. I don't know much about how many people watched it, but there was also a prize from the audience. So people who watched online could put in their vote for the participants they liked the most and the campaign they liked the most, and we gave such prize as well. I don't know if I have more time. I just want to say that it was a really amazing experience, both for the teams and for the participants, and I think that we managed to create together something really important and good in a situation where not all things were good. So I think this was amazing. Thank you.
Can we play the video? Because
yeah, we created a video also.
Yes. We could tell you more about
Just a second.
about the campaigns, but yeah, we had this video with the pictures from the team competing, and also one of the awards from the Bulgarian behind the scenes meeting with journalists, the real journalists, and experiencing the real news production. So it's a long video, but we can have at least 3 minutes from it, if possible.
Сега сме отново заедно, за да ни представите това, което сте изработили в рамките на вашата кампания, и ще ви помоля да ни разкажете повече.
Още в началото на кампанията направихме проучване как да достигнем до нашата таргет група, като тя е основно млади хора от възраст на 14 до 30 години. Между нашите партньори не са само хора от дигиталния сектор, хора с различни интереси. Защото искаме да покажем на нашата аудитория, че е много важно да бъдем дигитално грамотни и това не е обвързано с професията, която имаме. Най-добрите материали са видеото с Георги Малчев, което има над 20 000 показвания, и цитата с Дивна, който достигна до над 10 000 човека и има над 900 харесвания в Инстаграм. Това са нашите социални мрежи, в които може да ни намерите.
И последно остана частта с финансирането. За момента употребяваме бюджета изключително адекватно. Ако бъдем финансирани отново, за какво бихме го използвали? Най-вече за продължаване на нашата дигитална реклама, защото тя показва страхотни резултати, на нашата технологична мобилност, софтуерна поддръжка, както и материали за физическо разпространение на нашата кампания.
А сега нека да чуем и отборът, който спечели сърцата на публиката, а именно вестоносци от Национална финансово-стопанска гимназия град София.
Събрахме се екип от интелигентни, грамотни и мотивирани младежи и създадохме кампания за медийна и информационна грамотност. Целта на вестоносци е кампания тип блог с съвети във всички социални платформи, като така смятаме, че най-лесно ще достигнем до аудиторията и ще въздействаме по един по-разчупен, интересен и актуален начин. Аудиторията ни е съвкупност от всички целеви групи. Достигнахме до ученици, учители, родители и възрастни. Както виждате от следващия слайд, от диаграмите, спрямо пол сме привлекли по-голямо внимание на жени и спрямо възраст хора между 18 и 24 години. Тук сме представили едни от най-успешните ни материали за цялото това време. На първо място сме поставили интервютата ни, които се постарахме, въпреки карантините и онлайн обученията, да създадем с картина. Най-гледаното е ролята на свободните медии в демократичното общество с Адриана Михайлова, което събра 235 гледания, а най-интересното е силата на словото и медиите с Росен Цветков.
Следващите участници, които ще представят своята кампания, са отбор Нашият глас от 30-то средно училище Братя Миладинови, град София.
Ето ги материалите, които създадохме. Блог в сайта ни, интервюта с родители, като предстоят и още, разбира се. Нашето обучителен подкаст също вече е достъпен. Няколко YouTube видеа, които по интересен начин показват, научават хората какво означава точно фалшивите новини, фишинга, бисквит.
As you see, we have broadened our coalition of ambassadors for the Media and Information Literacy Awards. We will continue working in this direction, and we didn't stop here with the national hackathons. We had another huge challenge, and that was the International Student Camp. And I'd like to invite my colleague Sonja to tell you more how we can organize interesting and funny online events in time of huge online fatigue for young people. Thank you for your attention. Thank you very much.
Questo da disinfettare. Okay. Grazie Laura. I don't know if it, okay. Please,
Hello.
Sonja, tell us.
Pleasure to see you in person. Not that it wasn't fun to be in the virtual studio, but still in person is a different experience. I was thinking to ask you if you have even imagined that student camp could be organized exclusively online like a year ago before the pandemic. But maybe it's better to confess that we hadn't actually. But as the circumstances changed, we managed not only to imagine it, but also to organize it and to organize it well. It was a challenge to get together 60 participants from 5 different countries, but at the end we not only gathered them together, but we also managed to keep them engaged and involved during the whole event. In order to create the concept for such an interesting event, because it was interesting even for me, even though I knew the program in advance, we started brainstorming in January. First with the students, because we had to make sure that we're on the same page, and then with the partners, because without your contribution, none of this would have been possible. We created the concept, which stimulated the participants to, as it is called, the program itself, conceptualize, engage, and act for social or civic cause. The concept was not designed as an ordinary training. It was a program especially designed for the winning teams from the hackathons that were held in Italy, Croatia, Bulgaria, and Slovenia. And we gave the students the possibility to put their knowledge into practice because they have already been trained, so now they had the chance to work on real life issues. They received tasks from organizations and businesses that work on a social cause and managed to help them disseminate their activities through media-related campaigns, media information and media, sorry, MIL, let's use the abbreviature. So they worked on the variety of topics, and greenwashing was among them, animal rights, data literacy for combating stereotypes and discrimination, and fear of missing out, which was actually, super interesting topic. And they were very creative. Among the materials that they created, there were educational games, videos, again, social media campaigns with both written and visual content, all of them produced by them, by the teams themselves, also questionnaires, so they did a great job. And as our keynote speaker from Google, Diego Chuli, said at the beginning, no matter how fast the algorithms develop, if we do not improve our critical thinking accordingly, they will be useless. So we cannot agree more, and we're happy to share that the students really managed to bring a positive change in the world through their work. So you may see the atmosphere of the event because it's pretty hard to show it just by speaking. So there is a video created by Common Frames. They also managed to create this atmosphere during their workshop, and you may see how the camp went. Also, you may receive the feedback from the participants themselves, which my colleague Victoria will present shortly. And thank you for the attention. Thank you for...
I think we can first listen to Victoria, and then we
and then the video.
This.
That's
yes,
fine. That's fine.
But if you want to say something more?
No, the video totally speaks for itself. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Sonja, very much. I agree, the video is very interesting and makes us feeling what we experienced during the International Student Camp. That's why I would like Victoria first to give us some feedback from the participants and then conclude this session with a video.
Mm-hmm. Hello, everyone. I'm not sure if my slides can be shown. Is it possible?
Close to the microphone and check the slides there. Thank you.
Okay, I'm just waiting for my slides to come up. I'm Victoria Stevens from Equal Rights and Independent Media. We're the French partner on this project. And our task was to develop the media literacy materials along with our French partners, and also to do the monitoring and evaluation of the project. So I thought I'd start here by telling you some feedback from the International Student Camp, which we just described. So our first main priority was to assess what the students learned in the camp, because if we're going to do a camp to teach students things, we wanted to see what they got out of it, what they learned. So before and after the camp, we asked students a series of 6 questions. One question was based on each topic of the presentation. So we had a question about animal rights, about FOMO, about ecology. And you can see here the average score was 75% at the end, which means that 75% of all the questions were answered correctly. So I think that means that the students were pretty engaged, which was definitely visible from being part of the camp. Secondly, we asked the students what they thought they'd learned, and 96% of them said that they learned something new. Of that, 75% said, yes, I learned a lot, and 21% said they learned some new stuff. And 88% of them said they plan to use what they learned in the future. On top of that, we asked them in general if they liked the camp, if they had a good time, because bearing in mind this was a new thing for all of us. This is something that was online the whole day, and 96% of them said they enjoyed it, and 71% said they absolutely loved it. So I think that shows how together, thanks to the really excellent organization from the team in Bulgaria and also the range of really, really brilliant speakers, we managed to make a whole day event was actually really engaging, and I think very interactive, and the students were really involved at all points. So another part of the questionnaire I asked them was what was the best part of the camp. A lot of participants said the workshops and the teamwork was their favorite part. The viral video workshop, which you'll see some excerpts of it in the final film. It was very fun for sure. And a number of students said great speakers, that they absolutely loved the different people that we all chose to give presentations. They were really inspiring. And one person said they made new friends, which I thought was really nice, especially as none of us were in the same room. Finally, room for improvement as well. So the most common answer was to have the camp offline. So although they said that they enjoyed it online, most people would like to have one offline, which I think is a really good a positive point if we're planning to try and do this again. I think it shows that the students want it, that it would work well. And we did have a few people say it was too much for one day online to have all the, which is understandable. The second thing I wanted to present to you is the media literacy teaching manual that a few colleagues have mentioned throughout the day. So this was something that we developed with Savoir, Devenir, which is a French organization specializing in media and information literacy. So the manual here, which was written by, including Divina Frau-Meigs, who will join us at the conference later on, so I'm sure she'll have some more wise words to say than me. But it was developed to be both, I describe it interchangeably as a teaching manual and a curriculum. So there are a series of 10 lessons on different topics that can be taught in schools, but it's also a teaching manual because it shows teachers how to use it. So there are teacher tips throughout, there's background information and lesson plans included within the manual itself. And it's for teachers of students aged 15 to 19. So here you can see the 10 topics that were included in the curriculum. So from fake news to social media and even artificial intelligence. The idea of the curriculum is that either teachers could choose all of it and they can go through 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, or they could choose one lesson. If they have time just for one lesson in their course, they could just pick one or even one activity from the course. And what I think is great about it is that each lesson ends with a MIL lab, which includes really practical activities that teachers can use with their students, and it's separated out into different stages and different levels. So it's really adaptable to uses in all different contexts and with different ages. Finally, the manual comes with loads of extra resources. So there's a final part attached to the manual which has useful links, resources for other materials, and a glossary with all the terms used throughout it that can be really useful for any new media literacy words that maybe not everyone is familiar with. And you can find it online. It's available freely in 6 languages, so the languages of all the project: Bulgarian, Croatian, English, French, Italian, and Slovenian. And it's on our website in all those languages and free to download for anyone. So feel free to share it. And that's everything from me. I think Divina might speak a bit more about it later, but thanks very much.
I'm very happy to welcome. I see here on the screen more than 50 participants from 5 countries in this virtual space that we have created for the event.
We have to count from 1 to 20. 1, 2.
We have a common responsibility to use the freedom that the internet is giving us to advance our societies.
When we talk about victim of discrimination, we should think immediately about disinformation.
This is the drawing that fully represents the concept of slow news.
If there is no awareness, free choice becomes an illusion and it becomes conditioning.
Positive emotions are shared more than negative emotions.
Today, by social media, all the other options are always constantly in our face.
The act of using sustainability as a marketing tool rather than actually using it for the purpose that it should have, which is essentially helping our planet get healthier, our communities become more equitable.
I'd like to know if Mr. Lasagna actually invented the lasagna, if you know.
Mr. Lasagna didn't invent the lasagna. I think he was a mathematician or something like that.
Good, thank you really. 7? Come on.
8. 9.
Okay, we reached 9. Okay, I think this is our record.
Thank you for the good memories that this movie brought us back. We have in the room also some teachers and students who participated in Italy, of course, to the activities. If they want, they are more than welcome to share some thoughts about the experience they share with us. While they think about saying some words or not, I will take advantage of these 2 more minutes to kind of highlight some common traits among all the presentations. So it has been highlighted by all my colleagues from the other European countries, the importance of the wide networks of stakeholders, experts, and actors that we have been able to involve and engage in activities. I think this was a plus in the implementation of the project. And also very important, the fact that students were given the possibility to act as protagonists in this common effort of building more literate society in terms of media and information literacy. So we will, you find already some resources from the winning teams and from the campaigns in our website and Facebook page. We will post in the following weeks additional contents on the different products that the students have produced and have shared through their campaigns, because I think it's very important for us to give visibility to this important work that they have done. I see there is someone in the room willing to say some words. Am I right? No? I don't, sorry, I'm not understanding what is going on. Apologies. Oh, yes, please, you can. Just a second. Please, Sophia, come on stage. Okay, that's an excuse, Sophia.
There are some students of our school, Capitini, and I'd like to share and to show you a game they created, the Winner Capitim team. It's a game of cards. I'd like to show you. It's 64 cards created for not offending people. It's a sort of a taboo, an Italian game where students can play in team and promoting the correct communication, because we know that this is one of the most important item and topic of this project, how we communicate and correct use of words. In fact, the team created also social Instagram page, and the name is 8ban, and so this is the right occasion just to show you this game. Thank you, students of Aldo Capitini. Sorry, in today there is with us also Luca Toccacelli. Sorry, I'm sorry. He was our cooperator just to create this game. Sorry, Luca. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Rosa.
if there is someone else who wants to share some thoughts. Otherwise, you see here the website, the project website, and you find also the project on Facebook. We will share, as I said, you will see the recording of this conference, and also we will share additional information on the campaigns realized by the students. At this stage, we close the session on the experience of students and teachers in Italy, Bulgaria, Croatia, and Slovenia. I thank my colleagues for being able to say a lot in a short time. We could talk for days because we have put so much efforts into the implementation of this project that, of course, more time would be interesting. But now I give the floor to Silvia Liuti from Formazione that will facilitate the open discussion on the policy recommendations for media and information literacy that we, as a project with the partners, have produced. Thank you, everybody.
Okay, so I hope our experts are all online, because we are opening this session having all the participants online, but Enrico Tombesi is here in presence, the only one. So I'm really happy and welcome you all to this open discussion about the policy recommendations, because one of the other most important product of our InEDU project are these policy recommendations on media and information literacy education. So are some suggestions, what we recommend, thanks to what we have experienced and told you during these last hours spent together, as lessons learned from our practical experience. So I would like to share with you some what we learned, first of all, as useful hints and suggestions to then write down this policy recommendation. So what we for sure learned and guided us in defining also these recommendations is that we developed and reinforced this learning to learn attitude. So during the whole process of development, for instance, we learned how to use differently activism and being activist by adding this hacktivist, so to be also hacker during these active citizenship activities. It was something that we learned thanks to Isabella Borrelli, one of our digital strategy experts that intervened in our online activities, webinars. And we found was something really useful and also to engage students and youngsters, because it was not only about being active citizens, so promoted social and civic causes, but also try to be more disruptive, to add something innovative, something that we do not know what it is effectively, but they can think about being young and with fresh ideas. And also one more key point was also this one about always questioning. So accessing online resources, digital resources, navigating through internet, but always having in mind that we do not follow what all the news that are published and posted, but always questioning, thinking about what is published, what other people are sharing. So coming to the next slide, Chiara already said that our main target groups are teachers, students, and also parents and public authorities, media, civil society organizations. So these target groups are also those we refer to in these policy recommendations. And I'm really happy that also we have received already some feedback from Alton Grisel from UNESCO. It is important because we start listing some important recommendations. And what I would like also to mention is that from UNESCO we received this to add one more keyword, that is international cooperation. So what exactly we experience going local and from local activating cooperation at international level to go global. So this is something that we put into practice, experiencing different activities related to the different contexts in each country. But then we, as we are doing today, we have this international dimension where we can share and learn from each other, add some more information on this. And I have just collected some keywords I would like to mention. Of course, we already shared the policy recommendations with the experts that are intervening now after my opening. But of course, we are still working on this, so I will give you some hints about keywords. We can't share with you the old policy recommendation, but for instance, I would like to underline this: teachers as agents of change, not only being able, of course, to have theoretical approach, to be a kind of subject recipients, as in the school is traditionally perceived, but more as coaches, as mentors, as facilitators supporting the learning process in students. And also, I like this was trustiness to youngsters. We experienced the involvement of students also with a high level of responsibility, for instance, being involved as jury members. In our case, so at the same level of these experts we called to be jury members, and so this was really effective in engaging them, in empowering them, and also giving them the opportunity to also being active in learning, in continuous learning this process. And also I would like to mention these training credits. It's something practical, but at the end, for both teachers and students, it is important then to have a kind of formal recognition of this non-formal activity, extracurricular activity. We developed so that they have a clear idea on their future, also on how to spend these acquired competencies at a professional level, or we were mentioning today also this in the partners meetings, has a kind of issue related to labor market, to access this kind of professions. And okay, there are many more, but I have to stop, otherwise it's too late. And I thanks, first of all the experts intervening today. I will go by an alphabetical order. We decided like this, but of course, if some of the experts would like to intervene in underlining some specific topic they want to share with us, they are free to do it. And so I will give now the floor to Debora Barletta, who is the national coordinator in Italy for the No Hate Speech movement.
I hope you can hear me.
Yes,
and the
perfectly.
connection helped me. So first of all, I want to congratulate all of you for this amazing event. It's not easy nowadays to kind of being able to organize a mixed event with people that are in the physically meeting and people online, and you did gratefully. And I think that, I will take like 30 seconds to really congratulate you on the results of this project. I really was bursting into joy, into seeing also the results of the different groups from different countries, because I had the privilege to be part of the jury of the Civic Hackathon here in Italy. And as an activist, as you know, as the coordinator of a campaign that was born and made by young activists for young people, it's been really a pleasure to see how much this project achieved in terms of engagement, participation, and this has been mentioned many, many times, in making young people the true protagonists, the key factor in thinking about strategies to promote media information literacy tools, strategies, and a culture that is about media information literacy and preventing what are the risks and harms that can be found online. And, you know, I refer to my topic of interest, which is hate speech. So, you know, contrasting hate speech by contributing to the creation of a culture that protects human rights and promote the use of a nonviolent language. I'm personally a big fan of all the campaign that have been made by the groups, the teams that participated in the hackathons. I'm still following them on Instagram, and I can assure you that, you know, they're really going on with their projects. They're following up what they plan to do. They did a great, great effort. And, you know, we're talking about a 2 years project, and I think that it shows the way in which, you know, it's being decided in the best possible way. And I feel really privileged again to have been able to be part of different stages of this project. So not just as a jury, but also in contributing to an event talking about cyberbullying and hate speech with the ITED Capitini. But first of all, I feel much privileged to have been able to read the recommendation that has been drafted thanks to the project. And I think my connection is slowed down a little. I hope you can hear me because I can see a little frozen. So, okay, I hope everything is fine.
Yep. Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, sorry. So I think it's my problem. So again, as I was saying, I've been feeling very lucky to being able to read the recommendation that was made through the project. And together with the manual, I think that they will be very, very important tools to disseminate also for activists that, you know, take the stage to contrast hate speech every day. And personally with the activists that made the campaign of the No Hate Speech movement here in Italy. So as was mentioned before, I really love the fact that, you know, this project made young people protagonists and introduced, thanks also to the work of Isabella Borrelli that I cooperated with as well, to the world of hacktivism. Because very often, especially to young people, we are kind of, we tend to ask to them to be competitive, to, you know, to be very great. And there is this image of hackers people as somebody that, you know, is kind of above the others. And is above the rules, like bending the rules for their own benefit. Would be, you know, to kind of taking money or helping some kind of scheme. Instead, here is connected with work activism, with like the change making for excellence, because we are really talking a lot about change making, and very often is connected to the idea of like superhuman beings with very, very special characteristics. Instead, in projects like this one, we learn that the most important
sorry, Debora, sorry, you are frozen.
Okay,
frozen.
Okay. So now I'm frozen, really, for real. Okay, so can you hear me now? Maybe I try to disconnect the video.
Yeah, we can hear you, and okay, you can proceed, and let's see if later on you can.
Sorry about that, because it worked perfectly while I was listening, so it's my bad luck. So I'm sorry about that, but I hope that I will be able to come soon in person in any case. But I don't know till which point did you were able to listen, but I just wanted to say that, you know, I really appreciate the fact that through this project, we once again repeated that the change-making process is not just connected to some superhuman qualities of, you know, exceptional people that have to stand above the others. It's just made through the effort, the communal effort that is made by people that come together, talk, exchange ideas, confront themselves, and understand really what is their power and what kind of resources they can be, especially when we're talking about young people. So going back to recommendation, I think it's very, very precious, the fact that, it involves different sides of our society. So we have students and young people, as was mentioned, but teachers and educators, parents and families, civil society, media, public authorities. And what I found very precious is the use that through the recommendation is made of non-formal methodology. As a campaign that was born in the youth sector of the Council of Europe that promote human rights education through non-formal learning, I think that projects like this one can be really the key to kind of once and for all define what can be the role of non-formal education in kind of the cross-sectoral kind of cooperation like this project does. So my suggestion would be also to include this kind of aspect in the recommendation. So asking, demanding in the different countries for a good definition of non-formal learning and how to include that in kind of the most traditional curricula, especially when it comes to such topics like media and information literacy. And another suggestion I have, since, a lot has been made when it comes to the involvement of public authorities and, finding way to engage them to the process by, enabling them to give some sorts of rewards to the people that join this project and, giving some sort of recognition. I think that also some recognition can be given to the public authorities that decide to take on the commitment to support projects such as this one. So it's my wish to, to ask you also to include maybe the fact that, public authorities, especially local ones, can have the power to implement recommendation existing, for instance, at Council of Europe level, like the enter recommendation to include people from marginalized area and young people at risk. So through this project, there can be this effort to for local authorities to be the agents of bringing such innovation at local level and being the first to promote them. So again, I think it's very key to make public authorities understand that it's for their own benefit. And last but not least, because I think I'm taking a lot of time, but I really cut all the time for praising this project that I love so much. I think that again, it would be very, very beneficial to keep this dialogue open through parents and families, and stressing the role of online, has been mentioned before, I think, from partner from Slovenia, of how we're talking about a space that is made by all of us, that can have our shape. And so understanding that to achieve change, a change that is good for everyone, we don't have to impose change, but we need to open spaces for change. And, through the cooperation of everybody involved, we can achieve the creation of such spaces. So I really, I think I finished my time, but I really wanted to highlight this bullet point. So go with, promoting non-formal learning at different levels, use the Council of Europe recommendation as well as those coming from the European Union in general, especially when it comes to the engagement of participation in young people and young people at risk. And again, promote different languages already, like the young people that participated to this project are already doing. So thank you very much. And sorry if I took too much time.
Thank you, Debora. I will ask you if you can try again to switch on the camera just to see you again, because it was really...
I try. I think the organizers need to allow me because of the connection, because I'm trying.
Okay.
Okay, I try again because I'm really sorry too. So again, hello everyone, and I hope that there are in the room some students I get the chance to meet already. So hi, if you see me, and hope to see you again soon.
It's probably not the right day for seeing you, but
sorry.
Because we can't see. But thank you. And also for mentioning this role of public authorities, because what we try to do just at the beginning of the project implementation is also to open a dialogue with the municipality of Perugia, and this is why also we received the formal support from them, and this was really important, also because we invited in different opportunities the councillors of the municipality of Perugia, Leonardo Varasano, and we think that this is a very good suggestions in involving public authorities and asking for recognition also for them when they are so active in supporting this kind of activities. And this is also the right moment talking about public authorities and not having Divina Frau-Meigs among all the experts, to ask Giuseppe Iacono from the Department for Digital Transformation, so from a public authority, to intervene and to share with us his feedback, comments, and what he wants to contribute on. Thank you.
Thanks for the invitation, and I too have my congratulations for the event and for the policy recommendations that are very, very excellent. I start just with some data about Italy and this national initiative for digital skills that is Repubblica Digitale, and the situation in Italy is not good for the digital awareness and for the digital inclusion. Based on the data of Eurostat in 2019, we have about 26 million of population of people without at least basic digital skills, and which 11 million do not use the internet. So we have the majority of the population that has no awareness of the useful and adequate to have a right in social inclusion and to do an active citizenship in Italy. So in 2019 we started with this program Repubblica Digitale, and in the first period we have just a call for action for initiatives from private, public, and civil society organizations. And in the 2020, we started with the a sort of consolidation of this program, just to have a real global approach as the European Commission suggested. We start with the National Coalition for Digital Skills, and as member of the European Digital Coalition, and Formazione is one of the member of the National Coalition. The second step is about the elaboration and the approval of the first national strategy for digital skills, and the third one is about the first version of the operational plan to implement the strategy. So the keywords of the policy recommendation is co-creation is just our keyword, because strategy and operational plan and the coalition are based on the collaboration, co-creation, and multi-stakeholder approach. In this year, we are starting with the new initiatives, new projects, and also with the definition of the projects that are now in the recovery and resilience plan. The governance is a multi-stakeholder governance, and we have a technical steering committee with many ministers or representative from the regions, municipalities, universities, research field, but also private business organization. With the collaboration of observatories, and the national coalition is has more than 180 members with 230 initiatives, and it's the impact of the national coalition is for us significant, with about 4 million of people trained from more targets, students, workers, teachers. And we think that also citizen is an important component of the governance, and we have just a public consultation for strategy and operational plan actually in the Partecipa government platform. Okay. Our national digital skills strategy is based on 4 pillars that are the pillars of the European Digital Skills Coalition. We have the higher education and training, active workforce, private and public sectors, ICT special skills. It is important that this vertical line just to have the possibility to have an important role in the development of the digital ecosystem. And the fourth one is about citizens and the digital skills for so for citizens is about the skills that are based on DIGCOMP framework, European DIGCOMP framework. And each of these pillars are coordinated from different institutions based on their real competencies. And we have also an important part that is related to the measurement of the actions, and we have about 40 impact indicators that are divided in enablers and in results indicators. The importance for us is to have a good relations from among the actions in the plan, and among the actions from institutions and also from civil society and private sector. These are some actions that are in the plan. Digital civil service is a project that will involve about 10,000 volunteers in the civil service, universal civil service contest. will have a project to enforce the network of digital facilitation services that is dedicated to the people with low digital skills and in a risk of digital exclusion, and also other actions that are related with the contest of low digital skills and low instruction level. But the importance for us is the relations of the actions to have the possibility to reach some important objective. One of these is also in the recovery and resilience plan. As the first one is the 70% of individuals with at least basic digital skills, and that is an ambitious objective, but we think it's a necessary objective in order to have a real possibility of social inclusion, and in Italy, with the possibility for the citizens to have the right possibility to involve in society processes and economics. And we think that it's important also to have a monitoring cycles to have the confidence to reach these objectives. And we defined two cycles, one based and focused on the actions, is a 6 monthly cycle, and an annual monitoring cycle based on the impact indicators, just to have the possibility to refine the strategy of the plan and have a more chance to reach the objective, the 70% objective. Then I just have some considerations about the policy recommendations that are for us just an important part of the of an approach to the media literacy. Just a brief contribution to the discussion, I hope useful contribution. The first one is related to the civic hackathon tool. I think that the value of hackathons is to define them as opportunities for the launch of projects that can have a wider development, both in duration and involvement, and as shown by the sample of the civic hackathon in Sofia or the Hack for Inclusion in Italy. This allows to realize a growing experience and a wider community. And putting this component into the school system is, in my opinion, important. It could be included, for example, as a type of a project to be developed during the year by schools as a component in the field of citizenship, education, and participation. And there is a subject of the in Italy from for the secondary and primary school is about this subject, and the civic hackathon can be a project, a systematic project in this in this context. The second suggestion is, reflection is about the involvement of public administration and civil society. I think that the territorial organization of civil society could be involved in the design phase of these of the projects, while public local administration could participate by adopting the winning projects in order to realize them in a logic of full partnership. It has also favored their dissemination, providing structures because they have them and expertise. And in Italy, there is one tool. It is called PCTO, Path for Cross-Cutting Skills Guidance. Can be very useful if there is a way to have public local administrations adhere to this a kind of project tool that the instruction, the public administration instruction have built. The third one is about teachers teaching of media literacy, critical thinking, and active citizenship. On the basis and focusing on this ecosystem that you have designed in the policy recommendations, I think it's clear that it's necessary to implement a process of education of the whole territorial community, in which the school can open up the contribution of all the InEDU target groups. This may mean, for example, that the teacher becomes the orchestrator of this contribution by inserting them in the educational parts into a co-design logic. I'm thinking, for example, of lessons that can combine currently and in the methodological part designed by the teachers, the contributions from civil society organization, media, and public administration that can have just a direct interaction with students in the school, focusing on their experiences in these kind of matters. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Very interesting also to deepen the knowledge, especially for our partners from abroad, about what is Repubblica Digitale, our national strategy for digital skills. And also for these specific contributions on how to, let's say, take advantage of our experience in developing the civic hackathons, adding some more, let's say, pieces and other activities according to what you were saying, and the involvement of public authorities. I think it's something that we should, of course, take into account. We were focused mainly on schools and teachers and students, and also in relation to what you were saying about this PCTO. You were mentioning that it's something again new for the school curriculum, but I think that yes, we have to work more on this public authorities side. And we will add for sure these comments, this feedback, and we will be back with you again. You will not have the chance to give us out of this, this strategy, because what we experienced is also that it is important to have an opportunity to contribute from a bottom level, not from the practical experience, and this is what also the EU Commission asked us through InEDU project development. So we hope that we will keep in touch. Thank you. And mentioning some of citizens' odors, I will give now the floor to Arja Krauchenberger, representing the European Parents Association. And parents are some of our main target groups, but we also need to improve on how to involve them. So please, Arja, we are looking forward to learning from you.
Thank you very much, Silvia, and thank you very much for the invitation to this very interesting event. Congratulations on a fantastic project. You could see and feel, even through the screen, the great enthusiasm that everybody had participating in this project, and I think that's what makes projects so successful, and people wanting to go on and do something about media information literacy. So you actually invited me as representative of the Lifelong Learning Platform, but I'm happy to speak at the end as well a little bit about what the role of parents will be. Okay, so just to keep that these two things clear. I'm very happy because already Elton Grisel from UNESCO mentioned that actually media literacy is a lifelong learning process. So we are very well placed here, because the lifelong learning platform, for those of you who might not know us, let's see whether that works. Yes, now, oops, there's 1, 2. Okay. So who we are, I mean, we are, as the name says, we are a platform. We have more than 40 networks as members that are all active in the field of education, and we cover all the sectors here, from the early childhood to adulthood. And if we look at the learning process, especially in the digital age, I mean, we know that this is very necessary. So we have in our members learners, educators, practitioners, teachers, parents, volunteers, you name it. All the organizations. I will show you a slide in a minute where you can see our members. So really covering all sectors. What are our objectives? Well, we want to build inclusive and democratic education systems. We want to widen the access to quality education for all citizens, and we want to increase the relevance of education to modern societies. All this falls very well in line with the education to media information literacy. As I said, we cover all ages, from the early childhood, schools, higher education, training, vocational education, and the adult education. And here you have a slide of all our members, so you can see that this is really a very wide range of people that we cover. And of course, for all of them, media education is very relevant. Now, the Lifelong Learning Platform has been specifically involved in 2 projects that I would like to briefly present to you. One is called DMELI for AC, so Digital Media Literacy for Active Citizenship, and we have already talked about this topic today. You can see on the screen the outputs of this project, and if you see that there's a very comprehensive toolkit to support the schools, that falls very much in line with your project, the InEDU project. There's a multi-level educational pack, a dynamic and interactive platform, also including e-ambassadors. That would actually be also my recommendation in addition to your recommendations, that because you say in your recommendations that you want to also reach the more difficult to reach groups, more vulnerable groups, especially more vulnerable children and students. In this project, we had very good experiences with the involvement of e-ambassadors. So that is maybe something to look into. We also created a competence framework and an assessment and validation tool, as well as digital and media observatories. That is also something that you might want to look into when you work on your recommendations. Here is the flyer that we created for the project. I can also send it to you so that you can have a better look at it, and you can also have a look at the website that was created. The second project that was done by LLLP is called Open Your Eyes, Fake News for Dummies. We talked a lot today about fake news and disinformation. So within this project, labs were organized, and in these impact labs, we also had 3 modules, and the 3 modules have these different topics. First of all, the common understanding of media literacy in the EU context. When you talk about media and information literacy, and I think you, Sylvia, you mentioned that very well, that this also evolved during your project. The expression media literacy, digital literacy, ICT, media information literacy, and so on. So to have a common language, I think is very important to know what we are actually talking about and what we mean by what we are saying. So the conceptualization of disinformation, there are different kinds of fake news. This is a very popular expression, if you like, but behind it are different things like disinformation, misinformation, malinformation, that cover intentional versus unintentional fake news. So I think this is also a very important distinction that needs to be made. And then a third model on how to tackle that kind of disinformation, the tools and methodologies to check written contents and the reliability of a source on social media. I think that was mentioned in various discourses today, how there's a flood of information. How can we make sure that people know what is valid information and what is opinion and what is intentional spreading of false information? I think that are the main topics that are also dealt with in our project. There were several target groups within this project. I only take out here the adult educators because you were talking about schools, students, and teachers. So what our adult educators gained through this project was that they acquired new skills on how to apply different tools and techniques in order to improve news literacy of adult learners, but also, of course, that could be used in schools to become better equipped to deal with fake news in non-formal and informal learning context. That was a topic that was mentioned by you also a lot during the presentations today, especially the non-formal and the informal context. And they learned new pedagogies and teaching practices to deal with or countering, identifying fake news. So I think that fits very well with what you have been doing in the IN-EDU project, and maybe some synergies could be created there. Here you have the website of that project. And because you mentioned the parents just before, I'd briefly like to mention a project that was done by the European Parents Association, that is a member of the Lifelong Learning Platform, like many others, as you have seen from one of the previous slides. The Media Literacy for Parents project was established in order to close this gap between media literacy for students or media information literacy for students that is mainly being done at school, and the one that's targeting teachers and educators, but very often the parents fall flat in between. So the MIL for Parents project tries to bridge this gap, to also inform parents. A training program has been, a training program has been created in this project for specifically targeting parents. A web app has been created, and also a parent's guide is in production because the project is not finished yet. The training program has different parts, and it has a whole training curriculum with materials that can be used first of all to train the trainers, and then to train parents in different contexts, mainly of course non-formal and informal context. It is being translated, or it has been translated, into the languages of different partners. I'm happy to say that Italian is among them, so you're welcome to have a look at that and find out what could be useful here as well. The workshops and the piloting will hopefully take place in a face-to-face way in the fall. We are still hoping. We've postponed them from spring because we were not sure that this would be possible at all, but now we are keeping our fingers crossed that this will be possible. The web application is already available through the website of the project. At the moment it's only in English, but the translations are coming, and they have very diverse activities for parents that they can do themselves, but also that they can do with their children to increase their media literacy, but also to support their children in doing so. Because we all know that if this is only being done at school and at home we have a totally different program, it's very difficult for young people to know which is the right way to go. It can be very confusing. It can be even conflictuous. And so it would be great if the message they get from school and the message that they get from home would be coherent. For that, we are also establishing this guide for parents that, as I said, is under preparation at the moment, and we'll be happy to share it with you once it is ready. That has a lot of interesting articles and chapters, especially one on communication, because when we talk about media literacy and information literacy, one of the main points that we notice is that when it comes to sensitive topics, that there's an absolute lack of communication, and that's something that we're trying to tackle with this project. Yeah, well, that's as far as our projects are concerned. Regarding your policy recommendations, which I think are absolutely great, especially because you mentioned the different groups that you are targeting here. As I said, we are very happy that you encourage students and young people so much to co-design and co-create the activities. I think that's one of the main points that will really help to engage young people, the direct involvement. And I think from the enthusiasm that we have all seen in the films that have been, in the videos that have been done, I think that's the best way of doing that. Of course, it needs also to engage the teachers and to and all other support stuff in schools. To reach out to the students that are so-called hard to reach. I don't really like that expression, but there are children that have more difficulties than others. As I said, the ambassadors could be a very good solution. When it comes to how this could be implemented in the schools, you are suggesting two things. One is to have a separate subject, and one is to have a transversal approach. I mean, ideally, we would all go for the transversal approach because we would all want this to be implemented everywhere. what we have seen in practice in the different projects now is that there is a danger that this way it gets lost in cyberspace, because nobody really feels responsible and nobody knows exactly how to do this. So it is like, yes, it is a transversal subject, but yeah, we talk about it like on Safer Internet Day, and that's it. Yeah. Mm-hmm. And that's not enough, yeah? So for the time being, I think a separate subject would not be a bad idea, just to get the idea started and going. If we have a certain amount of consciousness and awareness everywhere, I think then we can go for the transversal approach. But as long as this is not there, I'm a bit afraid that this will get lost somewhere on the way, yeah? The blended learning model is wonderful. I think you have shown today with your hybrid event that this can absolutely be done. To give people certificates so that they, and validation of their competencies, I think that's great, because that increases motivation. That is not only true for the students, it's also true for adults, including teachers and other personnel. I'm pretty sure about that. When you talk about the transition of teachers as facilitators of the learning process, well, this requires really, we are talking here about a new model of education. Yeah? Here you're not talking any longer about media information literacy. This is actually, well, some people would say it's a revolution. I think we should rather call it an evolution. And our parents are very interested in seeing that happen. We are working on that constantly, so we'll be happy to work with you on this kind of evolution. But there's a lot of resistance, and also from parents, I must say, unfortunately, because many people, astonishingly, want their children to have exactly the same experience in school as they had, even if that was a bad experience. Yeah, but it's the only thing they know. It's the only thing they have ever experienced. So they prefer something they know to the unknown. And our process in trying to change this mindset, I would almost say, is to say that the children's well-being is really very important in this. And if they haven't had well-being in their school time, they should at least foster that for their children if in any way possible. So we are working on this and in EPA and in the lifelong learning platform. And I think your project can help to that as well. And of course, the public authorities would be great if they were on board and they would support that as well. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Arja, and sorry for mentioning, first of all, parents, but you know that I have so good memories of our project we developed together, as when you were the president of European Parents Association, that I was linked that one. But of course, you are now being president of Lifelong Learning Platform. You gave us very interesting tips and contribution on what we have to take into account, and also remind us the importance to think about more vulnerable groups and children, you were saying, with the special educational needs, or what we can say, but being aware of how to effectively reach out to all, to make these learning resources accessible for all. And what was interesting also, how to measure, I was thinking about how to assess this transversal approach. You were saying it's something important, because I think that it's more effective to introduce this transversal approach as we experienced, but of course we need to structure a very structured, let me repeat, measuring model and impact measurement model. Otherwise, it couldn't have the expected effect. Thank you, Arja. And now we have a contribution from Luigi Melpignano with a video. And we will just see a short part because we encountered some problem with the subtitles, but since Luigi Melpignano is part of this task force at national level in assessing and working on this new competence on civic education and digital citizenship, and according to what we want to achieve also with these policy recommendations involving the key stakeholders in knowing the recommendations and start exchanging with us possible contribution and how to translate the lessons learned from InEDU project into action. We would like to have a brief some minutes of the video, and we'll tell you his message, and then we will publish, of course, with the subtitles in our social media and in the project website.
Ringrazio anche per poter esprimere la mia riflessione in riferimento alla raccomandazione a studenti e docenti, con particolare riferimento alla nuova educazione civica e in particolare riferimento a uno dei pilastri essenziali, la cittadinanza digitale. È una riflessione che piace condividere in qualità di dirigente scolastico o di istituzione scolastica di secondo grado, ma anche come componente tecnico-scientifico ministeriale per l'educazione civica. Non è di oggi, se ne parla da tempo, spesso anche disattesa, la questione sugli apprendimenti formali, non formali e informali. Ecco, io credo, ma anche i dati che abbiamo iniziato a elaborare mettono in evidenza come far rientrare anche nella nostra didattica attiva, quindi nella metodologia.
So this was just a fresh, quick taste of his contributions. We are very grateful for having contributed, and we for sure involve him in the next follow-up activities. But now I give the floor to our guest from Slovenia, and Sonja Merljak Zdovc, and the editor of Slovenia's online newspaper for children, ČASORIS. Am I right? Sorry for my pronunciation. Please, Sonja, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. It's ČASORIS, but it's okay. I know it's very difficult to pronounce it. Thank you very much for inviting me. It's an honor and privilege to listen to all this wonderful presentation, to be part of this amazing group of experts, and of course to be part of the amazing group of everyone who participated in this project. I want to thank you very much for your work. I learned a lot today while listening to your contribution. I must add that it was also an honor to be a member of the jury in Slovenia, the national jury of the hackathon in Slovenia, and to see the amazing ideas of the participants of the hackathon. And I would just like to add a little bit about what ČASORIS is and elaborate a little bit on what Natalia from organization Prisma said on the media and information literacy situation in Slovenia. Just to say something about media literacy situation, in Slovenia we are very much aware of the problems related to online safety, especially for children, and we have quite some organizations and really amazing projects in dealing with it for a long time. So there is a tradition of that. What we are still lacking is the awareness of media and information literacy issues, and the fact that these issues actually need to be addressed in Slovenia too. What we are doing in this term, or maybe I will just share the story of ČASORIS to a little bit better elaborate or explain of what we are doing and why we believe that projects like this one and the media not media regulatory, but project regulatory recommendations, policy recommendations are more than welcome. So ČASORIS is an online newspaper for children that was created because as a journalist, I realized I was working for the national daily newspaper in Slovenia called Delo, that we are losing a generation of readers. Basically, the parents and I must say also the teachers and other people from this cohort, of this age cohort, were actually not using media as much as they used media in the past. So basically, with this technological disruption and other disruptions, they were getting information everywhere, and they were not always able to see whether this information is reliable. So one of the ideas was that maybe we should create a newspaper for children and start from the beginning. To access children while they are still in school and while they are still trusting adults in their lives, parents and teachers. All children are in school, so it's a little bit easier to access all of the children, and to start teaching them from age 6 about the media, about news, about important and relevant sources of information, hoping that one day they will eventually develop a habit of consuming reliable sources of information, media they can trust. So basically that was the idea of why we created the online newspaper for children, ČASORIS. Also the trigger point was that once in 2015, when all the terrorist attacks were happening all around Europe, I came across an explanation of what was going on in Paris after Charlie Hebdo attack. And I said to myself, okay, this is something we are lacking in Slovenia, especially because the article was also helping adults explaining what was going on. It was not only the news itself, but also how to talk with children about these horrible, actually, events happening, and how to tell them that although these are happening, they are very rare, and they are in the news because they are rare. So this was the idea behind ČASORIS. ČASORIS is a free online newspaper for children, online because children are online. It made sense basically to access them where they are, not to try to convince them to use some other platforms. It's free because we wanted to access or offer news to everyone in Slovenia with access to internet. So also for children from poorer social background who might not have the possibility to pay a subscription for a magazine for children or something like that. Because it is free, of course, it also meant that we are not having any systematic funding. Even though itself, ČASORIS is a media literacy project, because if we define media literacy as the ability to access relevant information, to analyze, to reflect, and to act upon it, and also create. So ČASORIS is performing some of the roles of media literacy. We did not have systematic funding, and this is also one of the reasons that I mentioned that in Slovenia we are not aware of the problem of disinformation, actually. We believe that we are kind of a safe haven, which is not being attacked by disinformation. Of course, this has changed a little bit, at least in Corona times, because we also saw many conspiracy theories showing up in public discourse, especially on social media. But still, the state itself is not really active in addressing this issue. If we, for example, compare the situation to Czech Republic or other countries where the state itself is more aware of the need for media literacy, through all of the population, not only children, but adults and elderly as well. So because we wanted to somehow sustain ČASORIS as a media literacy activity, we decided that we would also develop and implement some media literacy workshops, because we could apply, and as banal reason this is, but this is the truth, we could apply for funding through projects. ČASORIS itself was not interesting enough for various projects that were available at the time, but media literacy workshops for children and for teachers and, for example, for general public, these were the things that got funding. So we started entering into the schools, and we were developing media literacy workshops for teachers and for general public. I think one of the policy recommendations is that we should also access adults in their workplaces, which I think is a very good policy recommendation, because creating public events, it's a little bit less, at least in Slovenia, less popular. It's more difficult to reach parents through this kind of events, but if we address them in their workplace, it's a little bit easier. And because we entered the school system, we also noticed that we don't have any tools in Slovenian language. And we didn't want to use tools in English language if we are teaching Slovenian children. So we started developing our own media literacy tools. We, for example, translated the very popular Bad News game into Slovenian, and it is also popular among our Slovenian pupils. Of course, we are very much aware of the challenges the game poses, so we are very careful when we are introducing this game into the workshops. And we started developing also videos, especially videos on TikTok and YouTube, because of course this is where children are, where we can reach them with our educational and informational content. So one of our latest projects, therefore, is fake news hunters. We are also aware of the fact that fake news is not a very, very popular term, at least from the expert point of view. We also always explain that we are using fake news basically because if you go to the school and start talking about media literacy, it's not as attractive as if you say we were going to discuss fake news. Children know what fake news are and what we are going to discuss. If we say we are going to discuss media literacy, they're, oh my God, this is really boring, you know. So that's why we would always use the fake news term. But of course, we will then teach them about disinformation, misinformation, malinformation, mistakes that are also happening, and all the differences that are related to this disinformation. And of course, we are not using MIL workshops only as prevention against fake news. We are also educating them about general idea of MIL, which is basically to become informed and active citizens. You know, it is not really a good idea to be active citizens if you're not well informed, you know, because then some decisions that you make could result in some bad decisions, basically, in problems. So this is what we are doing. Our latest project, as I mentioned, is Fake News Hunters. These videos were created particularly, especially for TikTok, because we noticed that our target group, which is more like elementary school children and less high school children, are on TikTok, and they are exposed to various disinformation also on TikTok. And we were just hoping that if we are present there and are offering them content that's interesting to them, that's fun to watch, and also educational at the same time, they could learn about media literacy. We also develop teaching materials that we are giving out to teachers and to interested general public. And we are hoping that together we will be able to teach them about media literacy and why it is really important to look for reliable sources of information, why it's important to evaluate, reflect, analyze information that they are accessing, and why it's also a good idea to, you know, if you're doing Twitter posts or TikTok posts, it's a good idea to do them well, you know, to use the tools and technologies effectively and creatively. As I mentioned, I was the national jury member for the hackathon, and I was really impressed by what the children have done during the hackathon. They showed deep knowledge and awareness and understanding of the subject. I believe that hackathon was a great success, and I would definitely recommend to use this methodology also in the future. It inspired the participants to create great projects, enabled them to learn about media literacy, media information literacy in an entertaining way. However, what I would say is that a hackathon would be a very interesting tool for participating school, but it cannot engage a wider audience. So definitely a hackathon needs to be supplemented with some other complementary activities. That would be of interest also to those who are not participating in the hackathon, at least until the hackathon is not part of the national curricula, and we don't have like a national-wide media literacy curricula in at least in Slovenian schools, which we don't have, or actually we do have something that's 100 schools out of 450. There is a subject in elementary school that's 100 schools out of 450 are implementing in their curricula, but it's optional. Basically, it's not necessary for everyone to access it. And also the problem teachers teaching this course have is that they are not trained in media literacy, and they are willing to say that quite out loud. So the good idea was that this project actually developed also the training for teachers method, which I'm sure was really well accepted by teachers, and I believe they have learned a lot. So congratulations to everyone who was participating in this project. Also, I would say that hackathon is time-consuming for the participants, so definitely I would welcome as a policy recommendation the suggestion from previous speakers that there should be some certificates for the participants, some awards, not only, of course, the prize money as it was given in the Slovenian case for developing the whole follow-up project, but also, just for doing something, because especially now in the last 2 years with all the corona restrictions and all the demands that were put on students, we could see actually that it was really hard for them to involve in extracurricular activities that were not really important for their grades. So if they get at least some certificate at the end of school year, this could be an important motivation for their participation. And I would also say that I would definitely congratulate or welcome the idea of giving out certificates to participants, also teachers and public authorities. As I mentioned, in Slovenia, the key problem is that we are not aware of the problem, basically. And because we are not aware of the problem, we are not developing any systematic approaches to tackle the problem. There are no tenders, national calls. It was promised that there will be one in April of this year, but I haven't heard of it. It was promised one in 2019, but again, it was not realized. So this is very sporadic. And if we want to raise a generation of media literate citizens, active citizens, we definitely need to address it systematically.
Yeah.
So what we would need then in Slovenia, definitely to recognize there is a need for media information literacy in Slovenia. I would say that the policy recommendations regarding student activities, teachers, I would definitely concur that the recommendations are very good, very well presented. And again, I would add the certificates to everyone. As I mentioned, for parents and families, I would recommend events at workplace. For public authorities, again, some certificates, something that they would realize why it's important for them to work on media literacy activities systematically. Again, what is proposed for civil society organizations, I would also say that the policy recommendations are well thought. For the media, on the other hand, I would stress out that at least in Slovenia, we have a situation where media think they are media literate. But we cannot say that that is really for fact, especially if you have in mind what actually media literacy for media specifically means. Basically, also media literacy for media would also include the fact that you have to think of your readers, how your readers react to whatever you are publishing. Whereas the situation at the moment is that because of many pressures that media industry is facing, media companies are actually, they don't really have the time to put effort in this area, I would say. So to sum up, I would say recognition of the problem, definitely. Partnership of the countries is very, very a good idea. Also because we can learn from each other, but also because if you see that so many countries are dealing with the issue, it would be very naive to say, okay, in Slovenia there is no problem, so we don't have to deal with it. If in other countries they are having some problems with disinformation, for example, and if this information is actually also making problems, causing problems for the society in general.
Okay.
As I said, certificates I would definitely recommend. And if there is anyone listening to me now and interested in working with ČASORIS, either in the form of a newspaper for children or as somebody who is developing media literacy tools or implementing workshops, we would be more than happy to join forces. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Sonja, for giving so many insights. And yes, time is running out, and we have to run to close the conference, but we will keep in touch also through Natalia from Prisma Foundation. And now I will give the floor to the last but not least in-person expert here today with us. Yeah. Enrico Tombesi from Fondazione Golinelli is an expert also on these new innovative pedagogical methods, especially these hackathons, and about how to develop digital skills. So Enrico, please, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. My congratulations for the project that produced a lot of insights, a lot of good experience that I think must be pushed to the next level, and so must be inserted in a framework, and these recommendations that you are creating, you are proposing, I think is a very good way, a very important way to give some results, long-lasting results from this project. I will not tell you about Fondazione Golinelli, but as this topic, the media literacy and fake news, all these kind of topics is very, very important, also because it's very linked with the STEM approach that is the main focus of Fondazione Golinelli. I just want to highlight 3 aspects of the InEDU project and the recommendations that you are producing that I think is very important, and maybe we must go deep and try to define better. I think the first topic, the first is the role of school, but is a hub. Is a hub, so it is the framework where all these informal and formal competences are recognized and discussed and integrated, because you have to create a personal path, so you have to recognize individual competences that comes from many different experience, and give every student what he needs to complete this kind of experience. So when you are projecting activities, you have not to project one activity, but many different activities that can respond to all different group of students that participate. Because in the school, it's where many different experiences became a framework, became something that became competences. Okay. So this is the first, and the role of teachers is mainly as a coach, as many others said. And so they must be shoulder to shoulder with the students, just to observe and orient them, not to tell this is the way you can do, because it's very difficult in something that is new to do and to say, okay, this is the right way, this is not the right way. So this is the approach is very, very important. And then another thing is is the word fuzzy. Fuzzy is something that is not black and white, or white, and this is a term that applies to media literacy, because the most interesting fake news are not completely false or completely true. And so you have to understand how the gray scale is used in this. This is about complexity. It's very, very important to not oversimplify complexity. Otherwise, you give an illusion to students and not an education for their path. So the word fuzzy is very, very important, and it means that we should understand how to use a fuzzy logic to understand what is written, what is said, and maybe even to construct something that is fuzzy true or fuzzy false, because this is a good experience. And then the last part is about design. In schools, the design of experience is the main base for a good result. So designing experience means that you have to create a perimeter, you have to check that the prerequisites are there, and if not, integrate them. And a great challenge is about hackathon that must become an edu hackathon. So something that is not the formula that is good for professionals, for experts that just want to compete or to check their experience, but something that is good for people who want to create competences and build their competences. So it's something very different. Maybe some part of the formula, the competition, the engagement, the emotions are the same, but the path is very different. And so it's very, very important to create something that is before the hackathon and something that is after the hackathon, and that is not too competitive, but is something that make them aware of their limit, and that motivates them to overcome their limits, because this is education. So overcoming continuously their limit. And so I think it is very, very important to define intermediate goals, phases, and maybe the 2 days hackathon or 1 day hackathon is a good experience, but alone is only a part of the experience they need. There are many other ideas I will share with this fantastic group and with Formazione. Thank you very much for involving me in this project as evaluator, and in the next weeks I think I gave you some insights of this, and we can discuss and we can define better. Thank you to all the participants that I met online and I've seen in presence. I think it's a good project, and I think the difficulty of created by pandemic has made even more challenging this project, and I think the results are greater than if everything was gone as you projected. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Enrico. And so there's the news. Sorry, we have to wait for our aperitivo at Bisbo because Divina joined us, and I will give the floor to her. Hello, Divina. Nice to see you again. So we were just going to the end of the project, but looking forward to hearing from you, your comments and feedback on the policy recommendations you received. Please, the floor is yours.
Thank you for having me. I've been actually listening for quite a while to all the presentations and seeing the results and hearing my other colleagues and experts. I hope you hear me well. Yes? No? That's the joys of being in Paris right now, and the frustration of not being with you all and sharing in the final of a very long project, because moving to the online world has, I'm sure, added to your task and your concentration. But one of the advantages of moving online is that it makes you formalize things a lot. And so it may make your project better in the sense that you are going to be able to transfer a lot of your experience to your other colleagues. I am very grateful to Erim, to Victoria in particular, but also to Silvia, to Chiara, to Fondazione for including Savoir Devenir in this project, especially the production of the manual. And it fits with the history of Savoir Devenir, the association that I created after I directed CLEMI, the French Center for Media Literacy in the French Ministry of Education, which is a very old center, one of the oldest in France, in Europe. And I was director during the Charlie Hebdo catastrophe and also the Bataclan. And so I saw the rise of disinformation and I saw the rise of radicalization. But I could not get the ministry to gear up, to scale up to the needs. And so I quit in a very vocal attempt to draw attention to the problem. But the conversation about media literacy was going out and was being displaced by the conversation about ICTs and digital skills. It's only another democratic catastrophe that has brought it back at the top of the agenda of politicians in Europe. And it is the attack on election integrity with disinformation, hate speech, etc., etc. And so I'm both happy and a bit sad that media and information literacy should now be fully part of the agenda with the European directive, making it mandatory for member states. And I'm very pleased with the opportunity you gave us at InEDU to place these information disorders, these risks, in a different context. And this is how we thought about making the manual. Remember, the manual is called Fresh Air, air for act, analyze, sorry, interpret and react. And I would say, like Nello, also for be resilient, be able to recover. But what we wanted to show is that media literacy is a whole. It's a composite whole where there is risk, but there's opportunities, and there's creativity, and there's a reaction for safety. And all of these have to be shown to young people in a very balanced way, so that they are balanced citizens. They can take advantage of opportunities, even for jobs, because media and information literacy makes you employable in the digital world, because you understand it and you can grasp all the networking options of digital skills. But it also makes you into a better citizen. And it has values that digital skills don't have, like inclusion, like diversity, like freedom of expression, like care for privacy and for dignity of people. And all the themes that your young people have been dealing with, the social causes they have embraced, deal with that. And I'm fully gratified. And so Fresh Air is about giving joy, energy, pleasure in implementing, in embracing media literacy. And so I created Savoir Devenir as an act of hacktivism. And the association is a hacking association, in the sense that hacking is acting positively without asking for official permission from institutions that have a very hard time moving and whose job in society usually has been to slow down innovation. It's not a bad thing, but schools in particular are 10, 15 years behind innovation, and it allows people to evolve into it. It's not the shock of innovation for everybody. So I'm not criticizing schools. I'm just hoping that they'll become platforms, just like we have GAFAMs. We have to make schools realize they are platforms too, and they have millions of followers, and they're called young people. And so this awareness, I think, comes with actions like the ones you're doing, the hackathons, and actions of the same type that we're doing at Savoir Devenir. We also have another project, European project called Play or Role, where young people devised serious games to react against hate speech and urban games. So games, hacks, hackathons, these are all activities that create synergies around media and information literacy. But of course, we have to go to the platform. We can't just stay with actions that are not connected to the larger good. And the platforms are the schools. So I'll join most of the colleagues here saying training of trainers, providing tools for teachers to feel more powerful. And what our research shows, and I don't have a PowerPoint, but I have a book to show you, which is about public policies in Europe, and all your countries are reported in this book. What our research shows is that there are many resources in Europe for media and information literacy. We are very rich, but we are still at a very beginner stage in terms of training teachers. And there's a disconnect between the arena of realization, the one of the teachers that are very willing to do things, test, move on co-creation with children and young people, and the arena of formalization, the arena of the decision makers. Even if at the top we have decisions now that say media literacy is mandatory for member states, it doesn't mean that the decision makers know what it should be done, how it should be done, the resources that have to be put into it, the funding that has to be put into it. So among my recommendations that I would push for you would be train the decision makers. That's one of the key people to convince. They have to realize that they have an interest in it. And it's beyond elections, beyond integrity of elections and preserving their mandate. They have an interest in having an active online citizenship. So that would be my first return to your proposals. The other one would be to push for a subject and for a transversal content. And that's also what we try to do in the manual, but is also a curriculum, because you can hack this manual. You're invited to hack it. You can take a bit here, some exercise from the MIL lab. You can go to another resource, etc., etc. But media and information literacy should be a full subject, basics, core literacy, curriculum number one these days. And the pandemic, I hope, has also shaken people and make them understood that it's vital. It's a health issue. So push this agenda, please, and differentiate it with digicomps. It's not the same thing. Currently, at Savoir Devenir, we are discussing with the digicomp people so that they're going to include a media and information literacy line in each of their dimensions. You know how digicomp have 5 dimensions: information, communication, decision, problem solving, creativity, and safety. So we are going to include media and information literacy in each one of these dimensions, and so that it becomes very clear but not everything is diluted in digital skills. Media are a matter per se, a subject per se. Digital skills are very operational. It's fine. It's not enough to behave as humans who interact with each other with cross-cultural understanding in times when we realize the planet is very small and there's no planet B. And children know that. So please push for this. The competences issue that also we develop in the manual is not just to give you a framework that is set. It's not set, it's fuzzy, as my colleague was saying, but it's something to start putting words, keywords on what we are learning to do, what is important. Oh, this is about citizenship, or this is about creativity. And it makes people understand better and talk about what they're doing, and therefore learning to learn. So I'm totally in agreement with some of your the elements that you're pushing, and with the international cooperation that Alcon is pushing at, that we're also pushing at Savoir Devenir. So these are the elements so that all our projects, and there's been many presented here, can scale up. The danger we are all experiencing here is that we are reaching a glass ceiling of experiments, a glass ceiling of projects. We're all starting again from scratch. And we're not.
Sorry, we can't hear you.
Can you hear me better now? Or
no, there's a problem with the microphone. There's a kind of noise.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me better?
No, I don't know if it's related with the microphone because it's a kind of noise in the back. Okay, please.
Is this better now?
Perfect. We can hear now.
Okay, so I'm going to be standing near to my repetitor, and that's typically a MIL issue. We have to deal with technical problems all the time, but we forgive ourselves and we start again. And I know you've all been doing this for the last 2 years. So just saying that we have to fight for our projects to make it upscale, not to stay under the glass ceiling of just one more project. We've ticked it. The European unions can say, we've done it, let's proceed to something else. The fight is how to push this up onto a much more shared agenda that is not just long life, but is also wide life across the different dimensions. And this is, for instance, something that we are going to do in a new project at Savoir Devenir, and I'll finish this, that is called You Verify, where we're going to create a MOOC, a massive online learning course on disinformation, on verification and refutation, reaction, you know, the fresh air motto, if I may say so, where we are going to mention all your projects as projects that can be hacked, which is to say we're going to use you, we're going to transfer you, we're going to transform you, and make it more and more and more a practice. Media and information literacy as a practice, a pedagogy of practice, besides being policy. And I congratulate you to really have thought about finalizing your project with these policy recommendations. We have to push for policy. It's a question of giving our young people ownership of their future. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Divina. You deserve a big applause from us, because it was really inspiring what you were mentioning. Also because I opened this last session mentioning that we learned how to be hacktivists. So it's something really in line with what you were saying, and we will try to spread the message and also to walk the talk. So to be real activists in the sense you mentioned. And also we hope we can keep in touch also as upscaling some of the activities of these projects or others, or we are really willing to work on the results achieved so far. And so we are at the end of this international event. Let me just mention Sonia Montegiove as a special thanks for her commitment. She couldn't join us today for personal commitments, but she supported us as a journalist, as ICT and digital expert, as also I would like to mention for all the partners her role in this national group of experts supporting the digital innovation ministry in developing guidelines for combating online hate speech. So it is good to have built this very good relationship with her and other key actors as Enrico Tombesi and others. And also special thanks to Chiara that was out, as she was saying, but was managing. I agree with you, Denitsa. She's very good in managing the project. But thanks to all the partners, we are really happy and a bit sad because although we meet in person now, we are going to, let's see, not meet for the moment in the next months, but let's see. And I hope that tomorrow we will have chance to follow up on this project. And yeah, and please, outside on the table, as Cinzia was mentioning at the beginning of the conference, there are the gadgets for you all. And as mentioned also by other partners, it's the olive tree. It's like media and information literacy. It requires dedication, timing, and to take care of. So let's have the aperitif at Bisbo.